Chapter 49. The return journey was rather long. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu each had half a piece of cake to fill their stomachs. They drank a few mouthfuls by the stream, washed their faces, and tied up their messy hair. However, their muddy yellow clothes were still unsightly when they walked together with Jing Qin, whose white clothes fluttered in the wind. Only the footsteps of the three could be heard in the quiet forest. Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen's back. She used to be fascinated by Jin Yong and Gulong. When she was young, she also yearned for the martial arts heroes in the books. Now that she finally met a real person who could fly over eaves and run on walls, and also use a sword to seal acupoints, she was really excited and wanted to talk. So she took the initiative to start a conversation after walking for a while. "Hero, are you a Taoist from Mount Longhu?" Last night, she heard him introduce himself, saying that he was from Mount Longhu. She knew Mount Longhu. It was the place where the famous celestial master Zhang of the Eastern Han dynasty established his sect. Yu Shu was a layman, so she didn't know that as one of the 72 blessed lands in the world, Mount Longhu had more than one sect. Her question was too general. Jing Chen was leading the way. Hearing her question, he didn't correct her and only answered, "I'm from Mount Longhu." "Is Mount Longhu far from Yang City?" Hearing that he was willing to answer and didn't put on airs, Yu Shu was secretly happy. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu a few steps faster and followed behind him. The Depan dynasty replaced the Yuan and Ming dynasties after the fall of the Song dynasty. It had existed for 300 years. She only knew that Yang City was in the south, but she knew nothing else. It was rare to meet a foreign Taoist, so of course she had to have a good chat and broaden her knowledge. "It's 10 days' journey. Is Mount Longhu in the east or west?" "Southeast of Yang." "Hero, did you come out alone?" "No one went with you." "I went down the mountain alone." "Hero, you didn't ride a horse." "Did you go on foot?" "I didn't ride a horse. I walked." "Wow, you can really walk." "Yes." Yu Shu asked one question after another. Jing Chen gradually felt that this young man was talking too much, but he did not show any impatience. Out of politeness, he still answered one question after another, but did not say anything more. It was rare for Yu Xiaoxiu to walk around in the suburbs. He curiously looked at the trees and flowers around him. Occasionally, he would tilt his head and listen to their conversation without interrupting. As a native of the Depan dynasty, he was taught to respect cultivators from an early age. Seeing Yu Shu so boldly talking to a Taoist priest, he couldn't help but admire his sister a little more. Yu Shu thought this man was good-tempered, knew martial art, came from an upright sect, and was willing to chat with her, a wild kid whom she rescued along the way. It was said that Taoists were proficient in the art of changing one's appearance, so if Yu Xiaoxiu could receive a few pointers from him, he would definitely benefit a lot. When the time comes, he would teach her. Hey. She wanted to get closer to him, so she opened her mouth and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Hero, my name is Yu Shu, and this is my younger brother, Yu Xiaoxiu. May I know your name?" "My name is Jing Qin." "So you are Hero Jing Qin." Yu Shu thought that it was rare to see someone with the surname Jing, so it should be a Taoist name. The person in front suddenly turned his head. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu also stopped and looked at Jing Qin in confusion. The sun rose, and the morning light dazzled his slightly frowning eyebrows, making the brother and sister feel dizzy. Then they heard him say, "Don't call me Hero anymore. I haven't done anything righteous, and I haven't done anything righteous. I don't deserve this title." He was clearly not being modest, but seriously correcting the title. Yu Xiaoxiu secretly pulled Yu Shu, a little nervous, for fear that his sister would make this Taoist priest angry. But Yu Shu didn't care and said, "I don't think what you said is right. Isn't acting righteous and doing something righteous called a hero?" Who made this rule? I was the one who called you hero. In my opinion, you stopped those bad guys and saved us. This is a chivalrous act. There's no need to judge. What's wrong with me calling you hero? 100 people have 100 eyes. As long as I feel that it's right, it's fine. Jing Chen looked perplexed. Ever since he was young, he had inherited the righteous teachings of the sect, and he had long had a general idea of what was right and what was wrong. Now that he heard this young man speak, he felt that he was right, but he also felt that he was biased, but he could not tell what was wrong. Seeing that he didn't speak, Yushu thought that he had said too much just now, so she cleared her throat and asked carefully, Hero Jingchen, are you unhappy that I called you like this? Jingchen shook his head. He just felt that it was wrong for her to call him that, but he wasn't unhappy. Yushu grinned, showing her canine teeth. That's it. I called you my name. Since you're not unhappy, I'll call you that. Jingchen glanced at her, turned around and continued to walk forward. It's up to you. Yes, hero. Yushu winked at Yu Xiaoxiu, pulled him to follow up, and continued to talk. Yu Xiaoxiu felt strange. He always felt that the Taoist priest in front of him was fooled by his sister. The three of them walked all the way back to Yiyang City. The passers-by were being interrogated at the gate of the city. They didn't know what happened, but they could only enter but not leave. The brother and sister with dirty clothes were also stopped as if they were beggars from other places. If it weren't for Jing Qin, the Taoist priest, they wouldn't have been able to enter the city. Many people were blocked at the gate. Jing Qin wore a conspicuous Taoist robe. Wherever he passed, people naturally made way for him. He was so handsome that some young girls and women couldn't help but stare at him. They were so shy that they covered their faces with their handkerchief sleeves and peeked at him, but no one dared to point at him. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to walk behind. People also made way for them. Of course, they were disliked by the dirty and smelly people, so they took the initiative to avoid them. Yushu originally wanted to ask the passers-by what happened, but she couldn't help them. Finally, they squeezed through the crowd and reached a place under the city wall with few people. Jing Chen stopped and said to the two, "We've arrived at the city. Let's say goodbye." After that, he turned around and was about to leave before the brother and sister answered. How could Yushu let him go like this? She was anxious and reached out to grab his sleeve. "Hero, where do you stay in Yiyang City? Leave a place for us to go home and thank you when we go home." Jing Chen turned around and saw Yushu's sincere face. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm sleeping outside and have no fixed place." Ah. What should he do now? If he left, he wouldn't be able to find him again. How could he instruct Yu Xiaoxiu? While Yushu was in a daze, Jing Chen had already pulled his sleeve back from her hand. He was about to leave, but he caught a glimpse of a black handprint on the corner of his sleeve. He hesitated for a moment and said to the two of them helplessly, "If you need anything, you can find me in the plum forest in the east of the city." After that, he didn't stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. "Hey, duh!" Yushu stretched out her hand and wanted to shout, but she stopped after a while. She turned around and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "The plum forest in the east of the city. Where is it?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his hair and said, "There are several places." "Alas, forget it. Let's go home first. Aunt Lu must be worried to death." After they left, Yushu didn't have the mood to worry anymore. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran home quickly. What she didn't know was that Aunt Lu was not the only one waiting for her at home. It was the first time for Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu to go to the south of the city. They didn't know the way, so they took many turns and ran several streets before they found the Ji family's mansion. They went back through the back door. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw Aunt Lu sitting under the tree and Uncle Saturday squatting beside her. Aunt Lu, we're back. Aunt Lu turned her head and saw the two children. She immediately ran forward and hugged them, crying, "Where are the young master and the young lady? Why did you come back so late? I was scared to death. I was really scared to death." If it weren't for the difference between master and servant, Aunt Lu would probably reach out and beat them to calm down. Yu Shu was okay and laughed heartlessly. Yu Xiaoxiu was closest to Aunt Lu. When he got home and was hugged by her, he almost cried again. Aunt Lu's voice was so loud that the other two families in the yard ran out to see. Uncle Saturday got up and followed them. He looked at the brother and sister covered in mud and said, "Where have you been? Why are you like this?" Yu Shu had thought about it on the way. When she was about to make up a lie, she heard a servant said, "Since they are back, take them to see the third master quickly." Yu Shu didn't think that with their status, the third master would be alarmed if they were lost for a night. She went to ask Aunt Lu, "Aunt Lu, what happened?" Sixth Uncle Zhou explained from the side. Alas, the young master of the Lu family was also lost last night. He hasn't come back yet. It is said that children often go missing in Yang City recently. It happened that you two didn't come back last night, so I thought you were also kidnapped by human traffickers. In order to find the young master of the Lu family, the third master asked you to come back and tell him when you came back. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu, and Yu Shu thought to herself. The two of them had been hiding in the rain for an entire night and got lost. In the end, they were lucky enough to be sent back by Jing Qin. The rain was so heavy last night, and the others must still be trapped in the forest, lost and unable to return. So she winked at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to the others, "Then let's go into the house to wash and change clothes first. It's disrespectful to see the third master like this." Aunt Lu hurriedly said, Okay. You go back to the house first. I will bring you some water. There are steamed buns in the kitchen. Eat too. When we come back from the third master, Aunt Lu will cook something delicious for you." Yu Shu nodded and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the house. As soon as the door was closed, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help but say nervously, "Sister, what should we do?" Yu Shu knew what he was afraid of. Last night, they left Shuawenjia behind and ran away by themselves. It was not a big deal. They didn't have time to care about others when they were running for their lives. But if the Lu family knew that they were caught with Shuawenjia last night and ran back first, they would definitely be unhappy. It would be fine if Shuawenjia was safe. But if something happened to him, wouldn't they vent their anger on them? However, if they kept it a secret, the Lu family would not be able to find Shuawenjia. If something happened to Shuawenjia alone in the forest, wouldn't it be the same as harming a life? Yu Shu thought for a while and her eyes lit up. She put her arm around Yu Xiaoxiu's neck and whispered in his ear, "Let's talk like this later." The more Yu Xiaoxiu listened, the weirder his face became. Finally, he hesitated and said, Is this okay? Why not? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been in danger. If it weren't for us, he might be a ghost now. Half of his life was saved by Master Jing Qin, and the other half was saved by us. Chapter 50. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu were led to Ji Haotani. Yu Shu took the initiative to tell him what had happened. Last night, she and Yu Xiaoxiu were having dinner on Changmenpu Street. They happened to see a suspicious person taking away the young master of the Lu family. They felt something was wrong and followed them. They wanted to save the young master, but they were knocked unconscious and taken away by the thief. Later, when they woke up, they were put on the altar. Yu Shu thought that the evil Taoist wanted to kill Shuawenjia, so she interrupted him so that he couldn't succeed. Coincidentally, a decent Taoist passed by. After subduing the group of thieves, he left. She saw that Shuawenjia and others were still in a coma and couldn't be woken up. It was raining at night, so she and Yu Xiaoxiu went out to find a way to ask for help. They got lost in the forest and finally returned to the city. Speaking of this, Yu Shu swallowed her saliva and said hurriedly, "Third Master, Mr. Shui is still in the suburbs. Please inform the Lu family and send someone to pick him up." She just changed a few words, and the siblings became Shuwenja's rescuers instead of two cowards who didn't save him and ran away. Yu Shu didn't feel guilty, but Yu Xiaoxiu secretly blushed because of her cheekiness. He lowered his head and listened to her nonsense. Ji Hyotani's sharp eyes glanced at them. He was a shrewd businessman with a meticulous mind. How could he not notice many doubtful points in Yu Shu's words? Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head. Yu Shu only pretended to be anxious. She knew that Ji Hyotani would be suspicious, but she didn't worry. After all, it was the matter of the Lu family. The young master of the Lu family had nothing to do with the Ji family in terms of interests. Instead, he followed her lie, which could benefit the Ji family. As long as Ji Hyotani was not stupid, he would follow her words. Sure enough, Ji Hyotani just looked at them a few times and then waved his hand to call a servant, inform the Lu family quickly. Tell them the whereabouts of Mr. Shui have been found. After the servant left, Ji Hyotani then asked Yu Shu, the Taoist priest who saved you, did he leave his name? Yu Shu pretended to think for a while and said uncertainly, he said he came from Mount Longhu. Ji Hyotani's expression changed. He leaned forward with a hint of eagerness, Mount Longhu. Which sect did he belong to? Mount Longhu was a paradise. Most of the sects belonged to the Taoist sections. They usually didn't care about the secular world. It was rare for someone to enter the secular world. This was a big deal. If they could find this person and introduce him to the Ji family, even if he was a guest for a few days, they would benefit a lot. Yu Shu originally didn't want to talk about Jing Qin. Seeing his eagerness, she made up her mind to mislead him. She said confusedly, it was too chaotic at that time. I didn't hear it clearly. I only heard that he came from Mount Longhu. She thought to herself, TSK, how much saliva did I waste to hook up with him? Why would I introduce him to you for no reason? Ji Hyotani didn't give up. He asked again, did you see what he looked like and what he was wearing? He was wearing a blue robe. He seemed to be a middle-aged man with a beard. It was too dark at night, so I couldn't see anything else. Yu Shu lied. She was deliberately misleading him. Hero Jing Qin was too conspicuous. She was afraid that if she mentioned a white robe, the Ji family would be able to find him in Yang City. The Lu family wanted to send people to the suburbs to look for him. If they caught the thieves, they would interrogate them. They would definitely find out something. She said this to confuse them. Yu Shu had her own plans. Ji Hyotani also had his own plans. He sat up straight and reminded Yu Shu, regarding this Taoist priest, don't say anything when the Lu family asks about him. Ji Hyotani thought that he would send someone to look for the Taoist priest who came down from Mount Longhu. He had to invite him to his home as a guest. He couldn't let others get ahead of him. Yes. Ji Hyotani was in a good mood, so his attitude towards Yu Shu and her brother was gentle. You two must have been hungry all night. There are snacks on the table. Eat first. When we find Master Shui, I will ask the kitchen to make a good meal for you. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu thanked him together. They were also given a seat by Ji Hyotani. After waiting for a meal, the Lu family came impatiently. The young master of the Shui family was found. He was in the wild forest outside the city. It was all thanks to Yu Shu's guidance. Before this, they met 4 children who escaped from a rundown courtyard in the forest. They saved them one by one. When Shuwenja was found, he was lying on the bank of a small stream, half dead and half alive. He was wearing clothes that did not fit him, and it was unknown who had taken them from him. It was as if he had been fished out of the muddy water. Fortunately, he was still breathing, and he was alive. The Lu family came out in a hurry, so they didn't bring many people with them. When they saw Xue Wenjie in this state, they hurriedly took him home for treatment. They left a master to continue the search with the soldiers. Ji Hyotani personally went out and sat in the same car with Yu Shu. He asked her to lead the way into the forest to find the group of human traffickers. They only found the rundown courtyard after noon. Yu Shu gathered her courage and followed the constable inside. What she found was not only a group of wild Taoist priests who had their acupoints sealed and were lying in the rain for a whole night, but also the corpses of 3 children. The sight was chilling. The master of the Lu family, who was also Xue Wenjie's second uncle, turned pale on the spot. He was terrified. Ji Hyotani knew how to behave. He took the opportunity to comfort him. "Brother Jingtai, are you all right?" Lu Jingtai sighed. "Xiaogu, thank you so much for your concern. Otherwise, how could I explain to my brother-in-law's family?" Sigh. On the way, the Lu family had already listened to Ji Hyotani's account of what happened. It was similar to what Yu Shu said. "It's good that he is safe." Lu Jingtai shook his head repeatedly. "You don't know this, but I was careless this time. And had long since foreseen that Wenjie would encounter a calamity. Just recently, she had prepared a great deal of good fortune in advance. She had even made 3 protective talismans for him to wear. Even when he went out to celebrate his birthday yesterday, I deliberately followed him and told him to wait outside for me to pick him up. Fortune is hard to seek, disaster is hard to avoid. We are all learning from the Yi family's descendants. Since young, we have been taught this saying. Now that the matter is over, no one will blame you. There is no need for you to worry about yourself." Ji Xiaogu consoled Lu Jingtai with a few words, and Lu Jingtai's complexion finally improved a little. He said, "Oh right, I still have to thank those 2 juniors of yours. If not for their quick wits, Wenjie might not have been able to escape." Ji Hyotani smiled casually. He wanted to call Yu Shu over to talk to him. Looking around, he did not see Yu Shu. He frowned and said, "You are too polite. Perhaps they are safe because of Wenjie's good fortune." Lu Jingtai smiled bitterly. He will not take his words seriously. In his heart, he owes the Ji family a debt of gratitude. Where is Yu Shu now? When no one is paying attention, she sneakily rummaged through the loot collected by the bailiffs at the entrance of the rundown courtyard. She found the unassuming ancient sword and carried it to the outer wall of the courtyard. She hid it under a tree and covered it with grass. She made a mark and waited to pick it up the next day. She clearly heard what the 2 young Taoist priests said last night. She knew that this sword had a significant background. Although she did not know whether it was real or not, she was indeed a money grubber. If it was real, it would not be taken away by the yamen for no reason. She did not know whose hands it would end up in. It was better for her to hide it herself. When she had the ability, she could verify its authenticity. That way, this treasure would not be buried. "What are you doing?" As she was patting the soil, a bailiff suddenly shouted in her direction. Yu Shu quickly stood up and turned around shyly. She said, I want to urinate." The bailiff awkwardly turned and left. Yu Shu stuck out her tongue and looked at the shapeless sword on the ground. She jogged back to the carriage and gulped down 2 cups of tea. Only then did her racing heart calm down. Fortunately, she was not caught. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain herself. After many twists and turns, they returned to the Ji residence. Ji Hyotani went to the east courtyard to report to the old matriarch. When he returned to his room, he was very happy. He asked Aunt Shui to accompany him for dinner. He told her about how Yu Shu and her brother helped save the Lu family's young master. After dinner, he rewarded her and promised to spend the night in her room. Aunt Chui was in a good mood after receiving a practical favor. She asked someone to bring the siblings to see her. She showed some concern for them and praised them. She even gave them 2 taels of silver each to spend. However, compared to Aunt Lu, who stayed up all night to cook and wash for them, Aunt Chui's superficial efforts were disappointing. Yu Xiaoxiu was quick-witted and responded with a smile. Yu Shu was too lazy to put on an act in front of this woman, so she responded indifferently. The two didn't stay long before they were sent away by Aunt Chui on the grounds that they needed to rest. In fact, she saw that it was getting late, so she was preparing to tidy up the room and wait on Third Master at night. When the siblings came back in the morning, they were still talking and laughing. When they came out of the Little West Pavilion, they were not in a good mood. Yu Shu found it hard to like Aunt Chui. She was not like a mother and had no means. She was stupid as a concubine and was easily framed. It was no wonder that her biological daughter was locked in the ancestral hall for several days and nights without even daring to plead for mercy. In the end, she was killed without knowing anything. She really didn't know how she survived in this deep house until now. Aunt Chui had been in the Ji family for several years, but she didn't have anyone to order around. Her only loyal servant, Aunt Lu, was sent to the kitchen to do odd jobs. She didn't know how to take care of her children and only wanted to give birth to a child for Third Master of the Ji family. She didn't think about whether she would still be able to live a happy life when the child grew up. The Yu Shu in the past had 100% similar to her biological mother. As for a good seedling like Yu Xiaoxiu, he must have taken after his father, right? Yu Shu thought about it and asked, Xiaoxiu, do you still remember our father? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head with an indifferent expression. I was only 3 years old when father died. How could I remember? Yu Shu thought about it. Aunt Chui remarried into the Ji family 6 years ago. Yu Xiaoxiu lost his father when he was 3 years old. In other words, when Father Yu died, she was already 7 years old. She should have an impression of him. What about mother? Yu Shu asked tentatively. She didn't know the situation of their family of 3 before they were sent to the Ji family. But with Aunt Lu as a servant, they must not be poor. Mother? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head in confusion. I don't know much about mother. She never talked about it. Aunt Lu doesn't like to talk about it either. You forgot that every time we asked her, she just brushed us off. Then I'll go back and ask Aunt Lu. Chapter 51. Yu Shu returned to the courtyard. Without going back to her room, she went to talk to Aunt Lu. Your mother. Aunt Lu recalled for a while, then got up to close the door. She pulled Yu Shu and said, Miss, you're all grown up now. This isn't something Aunt Lu should tell you, but I don't think she would tell you. Since you've asked Aunt Lu, I'll tell you. You'll have a good memory so that you won't go astray in the future. Yu Shu nodded vigorously, took off her shoes and sat on the bed, ready to listen to the story. When Aunt Lu finished, she cursed in her heart and began to summarize. The story goes like this. Aunt Chui was a servant girl in a big family, and Mr. Yu was a poor scholar. Because he had a good relationship with the master of the family, he stayed overnight in the rain and got together with Aunt Chui. They lived under the same roof and met several times. He gave her a poem and a handkerchief, and she was pregnant with Yu Shu. She was found out by the master and kicked out. Aunt Chui cried and found Mr. Yu and went back to his hometown with him. Mr. Yu's family used to have a small plot of land, a small courtyard, and a servant. But his father died of illness, and the family had no one to rely on. They didn't pass the provincial examination last year, so they stayed at home. After a few years, they gradually became idle and drank all day. Once, they drank too much and fell into the river, never to climb back up. Since then, Aunt Shui became a widow. Aunt Lu is also a poor person. Aunt Lu patted Yu Shu's hand and said, "She doesn't treat you well because she has a grudge against Master Yu. After all, a woman's life is wasted like this. She originally wanted to stay in that family, and it's not impossible for her to marry a clean man and live a peaceful life. Miss, be careful. Don't easily believe this man's words. Choose a good person, or you'll regret it when you're cheated." Yu Shu nodded repeatedly to show that she understood, but she didn't think much of it in her heart. She wanted to find a man. Love aside, it didn't matter if he had 3 wives or 4 concubines, but first of all, he couldn't be a weakling. Then, how did Mother get picked by the 3rd master? Aunt Lu didn't seem to want to answer this question, but she couldn't resist Yu Shu's coquettish and shameless questioning, so she reluctantly said it. She looked like she wanted to have it, but she couldn't resist Yu Shu chasing after her. 3rd master is a sentimental person. Once he rode a horse past our house, and was hit on the head by Yin Yang with the window pole. He invited us up to drink tea as an apology, and later on we got along. Bah! This wasn't Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian's first intimate contact. Yu Shu's head was filled with blood, and the pressure suddenly increased. Dizzily, she listened to Aunt Lu ramble, "Miss, although our dynasty is not as strict to women as the previous dynasty, women should still keep their chastity. Yin Yang isn't good at this, but you must keep your reputation. This year you're already 15, and it's almost time to discuss marriage. You should behave yourself and keep your distance from men. If you ask me, although the Sanja study room is a place for learning, but it's not appropriate for men and women to sit together." Yu Shu returned to her room with her head heavy and feet light. She didn't take off her shoes before lying on the bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting upright at the table, catching up on his homework. Seeing her half-dead state, he put down his pen and asked, "What's wrong with you? What did Aunt Lu say to you?" Yu Shu waved her hand at him and said weakly, "It's nothing, I'm just writing." She needed time to digest the fact that her biological father was a softy who drowned in alcohol. Her biological mother was Pan Jinlian, and her stepfather was Shimin Qing. Bah, even she herself was originally a fool. Sis. Yu Xiaoxiu was worried about Yu Shu, so he put down his pen and walked away. However, Yu Shu grabbed his hand and looked at the obedient and sensible Yu Xiaoxiu with a complicated expression. "Little brother, it's really not easy for you. It wasn't easy for this evil bamboo shoot to grow a straight bamboo. What are you talking about? Are you tired? Hurry up and sleep. I'll call you for dinner tonight." Xiaoxiu pushed her, afraid that she had a cold last night and was talking nonsense. After returning from the suburbs in the afternoon, Aunt Lu boiled 2 big bowls of ginger soup for him to drink. The main kitchen also cooked pig's trotters for him, so his stomach was still full. "I'm a little sleepy." "You don't have to study. Sleep for a while first. Didn't 3rd master say that we should rest at home for 2 days? Yu Shu lay down and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu up. "Come here, let's squeeze together. My heart is so empty that I can't sleep alone." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated, but seeing Yu Shu's friendly face, he couldn't say no, so he took off his shoes and lay down. Yu Shu covered him with a blanket, and the 2 of them lay side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Yu Xiaoxiu felt uncomfortable at first, and his body was stiff. After a while, he warmed up and gradually felt sleepy. Before he fell asleep, he heard Yu Shu say in a daze, "Xiaoxiu, I forgot that I didn't go to work in the afternoon. What should I do?" Your manager, isn't he quite easy to talk to? He should be angry, right? Who's talking about that? I was thinking that I didn't get a day's pay. Money grubber. Yu Xiaoxiu muttered, but didn't make a sound. His head leaned slightly on Yu Shu's shoulder. "But I didn't go for no reason. The manager must be worried. Sigh, how should I explain it to him tomorrow? Snoring sounds came from beside her, but Yushu couldn't fall asleep with her eyes wide open. One of the benefits of saving the kid Shuewenja was that she didn't have to clean Jing Shang Hall for the next 2 days. Third elder master begged in front of the old lady to let Yushu rest for a few days before going back to work. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiu could rest at home for 2 days and didn't have to go to school, but little brother Yu insisted on going to the private school the next day. Yushu didn't stop him. If he wanted to go, he could go. After all, he didn't have to break his legs. It wasn't good for a boy to be too delicate. Yushu didn't sleep in either. She took all her assets in the morning, disguised herself as a kid, and followed Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door. They went to Changmenpu Street, rented a simple carriage, and went to the suburbs to retrieve the sword. After successfully retrieving the sword, Yushu got off the carriage at Changmenpu Street and went to the courtyard through the back door. Aunt Lu and the others went to the main kitchen to work, so the courtyard was empty and it was convenient for her to hide things. Under the hot sun, Yushu was holding a ladle and digging a hole under the mud wall. The hole was about 2 feet long and was shallow enough to fit the sword. Because there was no scabbard, before burying it, Yushu carefully wrapped the sword with strips of cloth torn from the bedsheet. She didn't take a good look that day, so the sword had a thin layer of green rust. The sword hilt wasn't polished very smoothly, and there were even nicks. It wasn't well maintained. It looked like an old thing, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the risk to smuggle it. After burying the sword, she covered it with soil until no traces could be seen. Yushu squatted so hard that her waist was numb. Did you hide it? Hid it well. She suddenly looked up and saw the old Taoist priest squatting on top of the wall. She sat on the ground and pointed at him, stuttering, "You, why are you here?" The old Taoist priest said matter-of-factly, "You didn't come to work for the past 2 days, so I came to see you." Yushu rolled her eyes. Why did this old man have such a face? Didn't they make things clear the other day? Why was he pestering her again? Taoist priest, don't waste your time on me. Yushu clapped her hands and stood up. She raised her head and said, I know you are an expert, and you have the heart to guide me. I can only blame myself for not having the fortune to do so. I think you should find someone else. Hurry up and leave. If she left, she could dig out the sword and move somewhere else. Sigh, so annoying. She worked for half a day for nothing. The old Taoist priest didn't explain his purpose of coming, and she rejected him bluntly. She guessed his purpose, but she was still stubborn. His expression was strange at first, then he sighed and said awkwardly, the day before yesterday, I was a little too loud. You're just a kid, don't argue with me. Just think of it as me taking advantage of my seniority. Yushu looked at him suspiciously, are you trying to keep me company? The old Taoist priest blushed and almost got angry again. What's wrong with apologizing? Don't say it out loud. Can't you save some face for an old man? He cursed in his heart, but he held back his anger. Let's just say so. Yushu was happy to see him being humiliated. She teased, yes means yes, no means no. What do you mean by, let's just say so? The old Taoist priest gritted his teeth. That's right. Ha! Yushu smiled. She felt relieved and looked at the old man much more pleasing to the eye. She put one hand on her waist and said, Taoist priest, don't be unhappy. I'll learn whatever you want to teach me. But we've agreed that I'll only kowtow to you if you teach me well. Otherwise, don't think of taking advantage of me. Originally, if this old man had talked to her nicely earlier, she wouldn't have pushed away such a good thing that had been delivered to her door. The old Taoist priest said in surprise, You're willing to kowtow to me? Didn't you refuse to kowtow that day? How did she change so much in the blink of an eye and become so easy to talk to? Yushu asked in return, why wouldn't I kowtow? As long as you're sincere in teaching me, I'll respect you and kowtow to you a few times. But if you make do with me and look down on me, even if you want to teach me immortal spells, don't expect me to accept your kindness. In other words, it's your business whether you teach me or not, it's my business whether I learn it or not. Don't you think I'm right? The old Taoist priest squatted on the wall and tilted his face. After listening to her explanation, he felt that apologizing to her just now was only right and proper. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The day before yesterday, he had put on airs and forced her without looking at whether she was willing or not. It was indeed inappropriate. He didn't expect that at his age, he still couldn't think as clearly as this little girl. His old bones had really been idle for too long. Now that he had spoken, the old Taoist priest looked at Yushu again and couldn't help but find her more pleasing to the eye. It didn't matter if she didn't have talent or intelligence, what was rare was that she had a backbone, a mind of her own, and a personality. She was just as useless and hypocritical as those things that Afu fawned over. He didn't like her either. It was better this way, lest she was too stupid. In the future, Yushu got goosebumps from his stare. She called out, Taoist priest. Taoist priest. This old Taoist's Taoist name is Qingzheng. My sect has declined, so I won't mention it to you. I'll now recognize you as an anonymous disciple and pass on my skills to you. There's no need to be too formal. In front of others, just pretend that you're not familiar with me. Behind others, just call me master. Taoist Qingzheng stroked his beard and said. Steaming Taoist. Yushu pursed her lips and secretly smiled. She stretched out her hand and bowed to the top of the wall. Yes, steaming Taoist. Taoist Qingzheng didn't know that Yushu was secretly laughing at his Taoist name. He nodded in satisfaction and said, It's not convenient during the day. Come find me at Jingshang Hall after dark. I'll tell you the details then. Yes, Taoist. Yushu waved her hand and watched as the old man jumped over the wall and left. Only then did the smile on her face disappear. She squatted down and dug the soil. After a long time, she finally snorted. This old Taoist was strange. She didn't know what he wanted to do by hiding in the Ji family. She had to be careful when she got along with him. It would be best if she could learn from him. She also had to be careful not to be used by him. Yushu dug out the sword again and buried it in a different place. She went to put away the quilt that Yu Xiaoxiu had dried. As she folded the bed, she thought about finding a time tomorrow to go out and look for hero Jing Qin and get in touch with him. Chapter 52. In the evening, Ji Hyotani was having dinner at Aunt Chui's place. This was the first time Ji Hyotani had come to her place since she was wrongly accused of having an affair half a month ago and was kicked. Aunt Chui had bathed in advance and her head and face were covered with a layer of fragrant powder. Her appearance was good to begin with, and when she was scrutinized by the candlelight in the night, not even a single wrinkle could be found on her face. Her skin was soft and tender and beautiful. This caused Ji Hyotani, who had not seen her for a long time, to take a few more glances. Aunt Chui was secretly delighted and pretended to be bashful, blushing as she poured wine for him. It was just that this posture of hers was too vulgar and not as clean as before. Ji Hyotani withdrew his gaze and touched the wine cup, saying, "The Liu family's young master can be safe and sound thanks to that girl Yushu's cleverness." "Oh yes, is she over 10 this year?" Aunt Chui counted in her heart and answered after a while, replying to Laoi's question, "She is over 15. Ji Hyotani nodded, "Then she is of marriageable age and is not young anymore. She should consider marrying into a family. Do you have any plans in mind?" Aunt Chui bit her lip. With her background, her temperament is not pleasing to the eye and she is stupid. Who would find a matchmaker? She is just taking advantage of the Ji family. This concubine only hopes that she can find a well-off family so that she does not have to worry about food and drink in the future. What else can she ask for? Even if she becomes a concubine of a rich family, it would be better than her living a poor life. Ji Hyotani pondered over what she said about temperament is not pleasing to the eye and she is stupid, and then recalled his impression of the stepdaughter. He laughed and looked at the woman in front of him who was not at all smart and said, "Since you have no idea, I will ask second sister-in-law to pay attention to see if there is any suitable family in Yang City. Tomorrow, you can give me her horoscope." The third branch had no legal wife and the backyard was full of concubines. Ji Hyotani did not care about trivial matters. After all, the supervisor was a servant and could not do anything. The three brothers of the Ji family had a good relationship. First grandmother had been in poor health these years, so old lady Ji gave the second branch the power. Second grandmother was in charge, so Ji Hyotani entrusted the marriage of his children to the second wife of the Ji family. Of course, he now handed over Yushu's marriage right to Yushu, an outsider, in a disguised way, giving the identity of the young miss of the Ji family. This was completely different from living in the Ji family. Aunt Chui was not too stupid. She knew that in this way, Yushu would definitely be betrothed to a rich family in Yang City. She immediately stood up and bowed to express her gratitude. "Master, this concubine thanks master." In a few words, he handed over her daughter's marriage right. In addition to being happy, Aunt Chui was also a little relieved. After all, she did not have to bear the burden. She was worried that her daughter would not marry into a good family and would become a burden in the future. In the dark, Yushu sat on the steps of the door of Jing Shangtang. She supported her head with one hand and yawned. During the day, Daoist Qingzheng asked her to come to Jing Shangtang after dark. She came after eating, but she did not see him. The door of the hall was locked and she could not enter. She waited at the door for at least an hour. If she did not see him, she would go back to sleep. In the afternoon, she went to Mianzhai. On the way, she prepared a whole set of words on how to explain to Chao Zixin that she was absent from work yesterday. Unexpectedly, when she arrived, Mianzhai was closed. Shopkeeper Wu, who was sitting across from her, told her that the ink shop was not open yesterday. Including the day before yesterday, when she asked for leave to travel, the shop was closed for 3 days. She didn't see Chao Zixin at all. Shopkeeper Wu took the opportunity to poach Chao Zixin and asked her if she was willing to help him in his shop. Yushu politely refused this profiteer and went home with doubts. She planned to go and see him tomorrow. When she asked for leave that day, shopkeeper Chao said he was visiting a friend. Could he be out of town? Looking up at the half-moon in the sky, Yushu stood up and patted her butt, ready to leave. If the old man wanted to test her and make her wait in this cold night, she would not accompany him. Didn't he know how precious her time was? If she had time, she would read a few more words. As soon as she took a step, the old Daoist came. He was right on time and carried things in his hands. In a few steps, he came to her. He stuffed the things in his hands into her arms and went past her to take out the key to open the door. He went in and lit the wall lamp. Seeing that Yushu was still standing outside the door, he asked her to hurry in as if he was in his own house. "Come in quickly. Don't let anyone see you." "Oh." Yushu went in with a pile of things. Qingzheng closed the door behind her. She turned her head in alarm. Qingzheng looked back and saw her guarded face. He snorted and took the things in her arms. He handed her the fire. "What are you afraid of?" "I don't eat people." "Go and light the lamps." Yushu thought that he wanted to avoid being seen. It was understandable, so she went in and lit the lamps. She cleaned this place for a few days and knew it very well. Even if she was blind, she could find the candlesticks on the wall. She lit them one by one. From time to time, she turned her head to look at Qingzheng. She saw him holding a pile of things in the open space in the hall. She didn't know what he was arranging. When she came here, she thought about what the old Taoist would teach her. However, she didn't know much about Yi Shui. She thought about it, but she couldn't even guess. After lighting up all the candles, the hall brightened up. Yu Shu climbed down the ladder and walked to the old Taoist priest's side. She watched as he held a large weasel bristle brush and mixed it with an unknown liquid in a bowl. He was lying on the ground and drawing some strange shapes. "Master, what are you doing?" Taoist Qingzheng didn't seem to hear what she said. He continued drawing on the ground with full concentration. Yu Shu had no choice but to shut her mouth and wait to the side. Fortunately, his technique was experienced, so it didn't take long for him to finish drawing. He stood up with the bowl in his hand and examined it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he raised his head and revealed a slightly tired face. He pointed at one of the circles and said to Yu Shu, "Come here and sit down." Yu Shu tiptoed over and lifted her skirt. She was afraid that the ground was not dry and she would step on it. When she sat down, she realized that the silver paint had already solidified on the ground. She couldn't even touch it with her hands. Qingzheng also sat cross-legged in front of her. He breathed a few times and said, "From today onwards, I will teach you the Yi Shui. Because it's not recorded, you don't have to follow the rules of the school. There is only one thing that you must follow." Yu Shu said, "Master, please say it." Qingzheng's eyes lit up and his eyes were like torches. "When you finish your apprenticeship, you must help me do something. Vulgar, too vulgar." Next, was this old man going to tell her a story of a blood feud that made her cry? Something about killing his wife and snatching his son, or how his brothers turned against each other, and then ask her to avenge him. "Master, can you first tell me what it is?" What a joke. He hadn't even taught her anything and he was already giving her conditions. What if she learned something trivial and this cheap master asked her to kill someone or set fire to something? She would do it, right? "Don't worry. I only want you to find something for me. I won't ask you to kill someone or set fire to something. There's no danger to your life." Taoist Qingzheng seemed to be able to see through her thoughts. As Yu Shu looked at him awkwardly, he reached behind him and grabbed 2 chess bowls. He placed them between the 2 of them. There were ordinary Go pieces in the bowls. One was black and the other was white. He closed his eyes and said, "If I don't show you some real skills, you won't be satisfied. Come, grab a handful." Yu Shu didn't know what he was going to do. She obediently grabbed a handful of chess pieces from the white bowl. "White 7. What? I said that you have 7 white pieces in your hands." Qingzheng closed his eyes and said calmly. Yu Shu slowly opened her palm and glanced at it. There were exactly 7 white pieces. Before she could be surprised, she heard Qingzheng say, "Grab again." Yu Shu grabbed another black piece. Black 9. Yu Shu was silent. It was 9. Grab again. Yu Shu reached her hand in and took it out. Black 3. Yu Shu stared at the 3 black pieces in her hand. Her eyes were bright as if she wanted to see a hole in them. If it was once or twice, it could be said that she was lucky. But she guessed it correctly 3 times. This probability, grab 1 in each hand. Yu Shu licked her lips. Her heart was beating faster. She reached into the bowls with both hands and stared at Qingzheng's closed eyes. She was more careful. She fiddled with the bowls with her fingers, making noises before taking them out. A white piece in the left hand, and no pieces in the right hand. Pa, Yushu's hand trembled, and the white piece in her left hand fell to the ground. She didn't know how silly her expression was at the moment. Qingjing opened his eyes and looked at the admiration on Yushu's face with satisfaction. When he was about to speak, he heard her say in surprise, "Master, your hearing is too good." With this skill, if this old man lived in the place where she lived in her previous life, he would be a gambler. Qin Zhang's beard trembled, and he said angrily, "Bullshit. Did I hear it?" Yushu wiped the saliva off her face. Her attitude was much more respectful than before. She smiled to hide the surprise in her heart. "Then how did you guess it?" Qin Jing snorted, "Tell me, what is Yili?" Yushu said, "It's the study of Yili." If Mr. Liu in the Sanju study house heard her answer, he would definitely spit blood on her face. After learning for half a year, she couldn't even explain the basic meaning of Yili. How could she be so stupid? Daoist Qingjing glared at her fiercely, stroked his beard to calm down, and then said, "Simply put, Yili is the study of prediction and divination. Remember, Yi is calculation and divination. You can't escape from these two." Yushu nodded, indicating that she would remember it. Just based on Yushu's answer, Qingjing also knew the level of this new disciple. It was too late to regret, so he patiently enlightened her. "You won't understand if I explain it to you in a difficult way. Let me explain it to you in a simple way. Calculation is arithmetic and is a skill. Divination requires the use of external objects, such as divinatory plates and Luyao coins. These are methods. Using techniques and methods to predict the future, this is the Yili of my generation, and also the most common Yili." Yushu suddenly understood. She had read so many books, but for the first time, she understood what Yili of the Da and dynasty was. Then she was confused. "Just now, you guessed that the chess piece in my hand was also Yili. Why didn't I see you using any external objects?" Old man Qingjing smiled proudly. "What I used was the superior Yili. I can take one's heart in one's eyes, so I don't need any external objects. With my ability, I can judge fortune and misfortune, and determine life and death. It just takes a little more effort." Yushu's throat was a little dry, and her heart was itching. Previously, she was just playing house with this old man with a wait-and-see attitude, but now she really wanted to learn something. "Master, you are so powerful." Chapter 53. Master, please teach me quickly. If you teach me, I can help you find things. Yushu urged. She saw the pride in the old man's eyes and snickered in her heart. It was just the first time he was defeated by her. Was it worth being so calculative? He was even more narrow-minded than her. "Okay." Qingjing put down the two chess bowls, and the chess pieces were mixed together. He pointed at the pile of black and white and said, "Squint your eyes and catch them yourself." "Ah." Yushu didn't understand. Qingjing demonstrated. He closed his eyes and reached out to catch a handful of chess pieces, 3 black and 5 white. He spread his hands, 3 black and 5 white. "Catch them yourself and guess the black and white. It's getting late. Don't disturb my sleep." Yushu, what? You don't want to learn? "Master, are you kidding me?" Qingjing stared at her. "Do I look like I'm kidding you? Are you going to learn or not?" Yushu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and reached out to catch them. "Learn." Qingjing saw her obediently go to catch the chess pieces, then he bent down to pick up an oiled paper bag behind him, stood up and said, "I'm going to take a walk outside. You're not allowed to be lazy." Yushu closed her eyes and waved her hand. "Master, go." Qingjing left. He locked the door behind him and leaped onto the roof. His footsteps were light as he stepped over the tiles. Without a sound, he sat down on the patio of the roof of Jing Shang Hole. He opened the oiled paper bag and fished out an oily chicken claw. He stuffed it into his mouth and tilted his head to look down. Under the moonlight, the little girl sat on the ground and grabbed the chess pieces one by one. The array under her body glowed with a faint light. Looking down from above, it looked like the Northern Star array. Sigh, if it weren't for your poor spirituality, I wouldn't have to waste so much effort. Well, this is fate. Qin Zheng muttered to himself as he finished gnawing on the 2 chicken feet. Wiping his hands on his clothes, he sat down cross-legged and began to breathe in and out. He wanted to replenish the true qi he had consumed while drawing the formation. Sis, the food is here. Let's eat before we go to bed. Yu Shu curled her lips and frowned. In a low, muffled voice, he said. Step aside. Hurry up and get up. The food will be cold soon. No one will heat it up for you. Come on. Yu Xiaoxiu reached out to tug at Yu Shu's blanket, while Yu Shu used her leg to press down on it. After a while, Yu Xiaoxiu was the first to get angry. He went out to grab a towel and wrung it with the chilly well water, before returning to the room and using it to cover Yu Shu's face. Ah! What are you doing? Yu Shu tore off the towel on her face and glared at Yu Xiaoxiu with swollen eyes. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her coldly. The 2 people stared at each other for a while. Yu Shu was the first to give up. She pulled her hair and got up from the bed dejectedly. Yu Xiaoxiu turned around to serve the rice. He had the egg soup this morning, and it was the most delicious when it was hot. After eating, Yu Shu burped and pushed the bowl away. She said angrily, Yu Xiaoxiu, you can't do this. I'm your sister. Can't you wake me up gently in the morning? Who asked you to go out to play at night? If you go to bed earlier, you won't be unable to get up. Yu Xiaoxiu kept the bowl and chopsticks and took them out to wash. He didn't want to admit that he was angry at her for going out to play last night without him. Yu Shu gloomily shook the table. She didn't want to say anything. She didn't go out to play last night. She spent the whole night catching chess pieces in Jing Shang Tang. 2 of her fingernails were broken. Unfortunately, the steamed old man didn't allow her to tell others. She could only hide it from Yu Xiaoxiu. She sneaked back from the west courtyard. She fell asleep immediately. She didn't know why catching chess pieces was so tiring. She didn't even have a dream that night. Yu Xiaoxiu wiped the table and left with his bag. I'm going to the private school. Yu Xiaoxiu left. Yu Shu originally wanted to go back to sleep, but she remembered that she planned to look for Jing Qin today. She had no choice but to go out to wash her face. Puff, puff, puff. After brushing her teeth and spitting out the mouthwash, Yu Shu quietly glanced at the sneaky figure at the entrance of the courtyard. After seeing it clearly, she felt strange. What is this guy doing here? She went back to her room and changed into Yu Xiaoxiu's robe. She tied her hair into a bun and wrapped it with a towel. She went out of the courtyard and looked around. She saw the little fatty who was not far away and was about to run away. She hesitated for a moment and shouted loudly, "Young master, where are you going?" Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Weibo stiffly stopped. He dawdled for a long time before he turned around and gave Yu Shu a smile that was uglier than crying. I didn't do anything. Seeing Yu Shu's dress, he felt strange. Yu Shu grinned and waved her hand. Come here. Ma Weibo was scared and took 2 steps back. When he was about to turn around and run away, Yu Shu's face darkened and shouted, "Come here." Ma Weibo walked towards her with fear. When he was about 10 feet away from her, he stopped and refused to go forward. Seeing him being bullied, Yu Shu felt funny. What's wrong with me? Didn't I just beat him that day? Why do I look like a mouse seeing a cat again? Wasn't she quite rampant before? It's so early in the morning. Are you looking for me or Xiao? Ma Weibo immediately waved his hand. I'm not looking for you. It turned out that he was looking for her. Yu Shu interpreted his words and asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Ma Weibo bowed his head and rubbed his toes. What? Yu Shu picked her ears. No. Yu Shu found that this little fatty was very angry. Are you a mosquito? Speak louder. I'm not the one who told Grandma that you beat me. Don't tell anyone that I peed my pants. Yu Shu covered her ears. She was almost deaf. She squinted at him. Not to mention, young Master Ma's face was red and his eyes were bubbling. His chubby appearance made him look like an easy target to bully. Damn it. This punching bag also bullied her Xiao. Oh. Yu Shu dragged her words. Under Ma Weibo's nervous eyes, she coldly snorted and snappily said. How do I know it's not you? You caused me to be beaten up. Do you know that? Look, the mark hasn't even formed yet. Yu Shu rolled up her sleeves and stretched them forward. Her forearm was covered in a large patch of black and blue. It was the evidence of Matriarch Ji's beating. Compared to her slender wrist, the black and white were clearly visible. It was a frightening sight. Ma Weibo was shocked. That day when Yu Shu was beaten, he was also there. He didn't hear her cry out in pain. Who knew that she would be beaten like this? It was worse than the beating he received from Yu Shu. I really didn't say it. He cried and softly refuted. I was beaten anyway. You tell me what to do. Yu Shu looked angry on the surface, but she was amused. This little fatty turned out to be so stupid. It was really a waste of his muscles. Then what should I do? Yu Shu suggested. Why don't you let me hit him back? Ma Weibo was dumbfounded. Want to be beaten? Stand there and don't move. I will only hit you once. After that, I won't argue with you. Yu Shu raised her hand. Ma Weibo shivered. His eyes showed fear. He remembered the day when Yu Shu hit him with a pole. He was afraid of Yu Shu. He was more afraid of her than he was of his father. She was not afraid of him telling on her. She was not afraid of being punished by the adults. She really dared to hit him. Say something. Are you going to hit me or not? If you don't, I will tell everyone that you peed your pants. Yu Shu threatened. Ma Weibo looked at her raised palm. His legs trembled. He was about to cry, but he couldn't say a word. If you don't say anything, I will take it as a yes. See if I don't hit you. Yu Shu raised her palms and made a strange gesture. She waved her hands down. Ma Weibo was so scared that he squeezed his eyes shut. But the next moment, he opened his eyes in pain. Ouch! The pain that fell on his face was not the same as being slapped. He howled and looked up at Yu Shu in panic. However, he saw that there was no longer any ruthlessness on her face. There was only a teasing look in her eyes. Yu Shu pinched the little fatty's cheeks and shook his face back and forth. Seeing his dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. She let go of her hands and gently patted his head, saying, "In the future, you are not allowed to bully Xiao. He doesn't have a father, his surname is not Ji, and he is not your relative. But he still has relatives and an older sister. If you bully him again, I will definitely beat you. As for you peeing your pants, don't worry, I won't tell anyone." After teasing the little fatty, Yushu waved her sleeves and walked away in a good mood. Little fatty Ma was left standing in the same place with a red face. Only when Yushu's figure disappeared did he lower his head and cover his burning cheeks. The previous fear had disappeared and was replaced by a flustered feeling. His mind was filled with the teasing smile of his older sister from the Yu family. From that day on, Ma Weibo felt that there was nothing good about the stinky brat surnamed Yu, who lived under his third maternal uncle's name. Except for one thing, he had an older sister, which made people very envious. Young master, where are you? Ma Weibo ran to the Ji family early in the morning, but he was nowhere to be seen. Several servants searched the courtyard for him, afraid that he would be beaten again like last time. Stop shouting, I'm here. Ma Weibo's thoughts were interrupted, so he turned his head and shouted at the people who came looking for him. He rubbed his face and angrily strode over, ready to teach those annoying stinky things a lesson. Yushu wandered out of the Ji residence early in the morning. The first place she went to was the riverside where she and Yu Xiaoxiu had flown a kite the other day. The day before yesterday, when she parted ways with Jing Chen in front of the city gate, he said that he wanted her to go to the pine forest in the east of the city to find him. Yushu didn't know how many pine forests there were in the east of the city, but she knew that there was a plum blossom forest by the river. She vaguely felt that Jing Chen was talking about that place. It wasn't good to go to see someone empty-handed, so when Yushu passed by Changmen Street, she bought a bag of jujube cakes. They were cheap and had a lot of jujube cakes. That day, when they came back from the suburbs, they ate this kind of cake. She thought that hero Jing Chen liked this kind of cake. Chapter 54. Standing on the other side of the river and looking into the distance, Xiu didn't feel anything. When she got off the bridge, she found that the withered plum forest was quite big. She wandered around for a long time but didn't find Jing Chen. Master Jing Chen. Master. Are you here? Yushu raised her voice and shouted a few times, but there was no response at all. Disappointed, she picked up the jujube cake and prepared to go back. She inadvertently turned her head and saw a white shadow behind an old plum tree. Clearly, someone was sitting behind the tree. Yushu turned around and walked under the tree. When she saw the two swords on the back of the person under the tree, she knew it was the person she was looking for. Master Jing Chen. Yushu shouted again, but the person under the tree didn't move. She felt strange, walked around the tree and looked at the front. No wonder he didn't respond. It turned out that he was sleeping. The young Taoist priest was sitting cross-legged under the tree with his arms crossed. His eyes were relaxed, and he looked relaxed in his sleep. He did not look as serious as he did when he was awake. A flower petal was stuck to his loose forehead hair. It swayed when the wind blew, and it made people's hands itch. Yushu rolled her eyes and quietly squatted down in front of him. She first reached out and waved her hand in front of his face. Seeing that he didn't respond, she picked up a small handful of flower petals from the ground and bravely sprinkled them on his head. Looking at his delicate sleeping face that was reflected in the pink and white petals, she couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. But soon, she couldn't laugh anymore. She didn't know when the closed eyes in front of her had opened. His clear eyes didn't seem to be blaming her, but it made her feel guilty. Hee hee. Yushu laughed dryly as she moved back. She really didn't mean to offend him, it was just that her hands were itching. Jing Chen touched the top of his head and took a few petals. He looked at them and shook his head. 2 more petals fell down. He lowered his head and patted them, touched them again, and continued to pat them. Yushu wanted to laugh, but she held it back and reminded him, it's clean. Only then did Jing Chen put his hand down from his head. He looked at Yushu, but he was not angry. He didn't seem angry and didn't care about her teasing just now. He asked, why are you here? Yushu sent the jujube cake in her hand forward and smiled sweetly. Master, didn't you tell me that you lived in the plum forest in the east of the city? I came here because the weather was good today. Here you are. I saw that you liked the cakes last time, so I bought a bag as a thank you gift for sending me and my brother back to the city last time. I don't have any ability now, but I will treat you when I have money in the future. Jing Chen took the paper bag from her, thanked her, and opened it in front of her. Looking at the few pieces of jujube cake wrapped in the paper, he was really hungry. Seeing that Yushu was squatting in front of him and had no intention of leaving, he hesitated for a moment, broke off a piece, and ate it by himself. That morning in the suburbs, Yushu was slightly surprised by his rude behavior. It was rare to see such a straightforward person even in the modern world in her previous life. What kind of good food was it? He just ate it in front of her. He couldn't wait. That morning in the suburbs, he ate a piece of cake as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. Wait, did he really starve? Great hero, have you had breakfast? Yushu asked eagerly. Jing Chen shook his head, swallowed, and took another piece. Did you have dinner yesterday? Jing Chen shook his head, slowly took a bite, and licked the crumbs on the corner of his mouth. Did you have dinner yesterday? Jing Chen nodded and said, You gave me a snack yesterday morning. Yushu suddenly felt that this young and powerful Taoist priest in front of her was not as smart as she imagined. Otherwise, how could he be so pitiful that he couldn't even eat a meal? He was a Taoist priest. In the Depan dynasty, even if he didn't have money, he could just go to any house and there would be someone to entertain him. There was no need for him to starve. Perhaps, he was too aloof and didn't want to eat and drink for free. That couldn't be right. If he was a person who cared about his face, he wouldn't have chewed the cake in front of her. Puzzled, Yushu had to tell him the truth. Master, why are you hungry? Jing Chen ate a few pieces of cake and his stomach felt much better. When he heard Yushu's question, his face showed a trace of embarrassment. He avoided Yushu's line of sight and whispered, This is the first time I went down the mountain. I didn't know the importance of money. When I went down the mountain, I lost it, so I had to sleep in the open. Yushu was surprised. The truth was that this person was not a master. Xia was just a little naive. He had been eating and sleeping in the open all the way from Mount Longhu to Yiyang City. How was she supposed to say this? Was it really a pity that he didn't starve to death? Ahem, Yushu cleared her throat and hid the stunned expression on her face. Squatting for too long was uncomfortable, so she sat down cross-legged. After thinking for a moment, she asked, Great hero, may I be so bold as to ask, do you plan to stay in Yiyang City, or do you plan to go somewhere else? Jing Chen said, I have to stay here for a while. Yushu said, Then do you plan to stay like this? Ha! Yushu scratched her head and simply said, Sleeping in the open like this in the woods. You don't have a meal. You can't always be like this, right? 1 or 2 days might not be a problem, but after a long time, you will definitely get sick. You have to think of a way. Let's eat first. If you don't mind, I can give you an idea. Yushu was not someone who liked to meddle in other people's business and she did not have any extra kindness. If the person who was sleeping in the open was a refugee or a beggar, she might not even take a look, but this Xiao Bai had helped her before and his character was not bad. He looked like a good person inside and out and she did not know what to do with a good person. It was strange, she was not a good person but she could not bear to see a good person suffer. Jing Chen could feel that the youth in front of him was anxious for him. He was slightly moved and asked, What idea? Yushu said, It's not really an idea. Maybe. You just said you. Since it's my first time coming down the mountain, I'm probably trying to understand the people's livelihood. Most people respect Taoists. In Yiyang City, there are 3 clans that have learned Taoism. Great hero, you are from an upright sect. If you pay them a visit, they will definitely treat you with great hospitality. They will provide you with food and accommodation. Don't you want to stay in Yang to handle some matters? Why don't you stay with them for the time being and leave after you've finished your business? Yesterday, when Third Elder One asked about it, she hid her selfishness and did not want them to find Jing Qin. However, it was different now. She had recognized the old man Qing Zheng as her master. With someone to guide her, it was easy for her to learn. She did not need to have any ideas about Jing Qin anymore. It was better for her to stop thinking about it and be more convenient for others. No. It was rare for her to be kind, and he actually said no. Jing Qin shook his head. He didn't want to reveal too much, but when he saw the confusion on the young man's face, he explained, I have something important to do. Before I finish it, I can't contact too many people. If that was the case, Yu Shu laughed secretly. Then there was no other way. It was not that she wanted to hide him, but he did not want to meet people. He did not have the fortune to eat and drink well. This way was not going to work. Of course, she had to think of another way to let Jing Xiaobai starve. It was definitely not going to work. But Yu Shu did not have extra spare money. Even if she did, she could not guarantee that Master Jing Qin would be willing to use her for free. Money. Where could she get money? Yu Shu looked at Jing Qin from head to toe. Suddenly, an idea came to her. She leaned forward and said, You're from the Tao sect. Do you have any items that can help you seek good fortune and avoid calamity? In the e-shop, any red string could be sold for a string of money. This robe that Jing Xiaobai was wearing was made of silk. Since it was made of pure silk, it should have some valuable accessories on it. Items. Jing Qin thought for a while. Then, he touched his waist and stretched out his hand to pass it to her. Will this do? Yu Shu looked at his palm, but it was a yellow bead the size of a longan. It was a yellow bead the size of a longan. It didn't look like jade, but rather like it had been ground from a stone. It didn't look very impressive. What is this? She stretched out her hand. Jing Qin flipped his palm, and the bead fell into her palm. It was surprisingly cold, causing her to withdraw her hand. When she lifted it up to take a look, there was not even a hole for thread. This is a yellow frost stone. It is often rubbed in the palm to ward off evil wind. Jing Qin only mentioned one of the uses of the yellow frost stone. Hearing this, Yu Shu rubbed the stone bead in her palm. After a few rubs, her palm began to heat up, but the bead was still cold. It was very strange. She knew in her heart that this should be a good thing. Jing Chen looked at her curiously playing with it. He remembered that his junior brother was also mischievous and playful, so he said generously, "This is for you." "Ha! No, I don't want it. I want something from you." Yu Shu waved her hand, suppressing the greed in her heart. She said seriously, "There are exchange shops and pawn shops in the city. Valuable things can be sold for money. If you sell this stone, you will at least have enough money to eat." "Sell it?" Jing Chen frowned. He took out another bead from his sleeve and gave it to her. "Do you think this can be sold?" This time it was a 100% jade bead. The color was very good. Yu Shu's eyes were not bad. She rubbed it twice in her hand and immediately nodded happily. "Yes, this is also good." Jing Chen nodded. "Then sell this." "You can't sell the yellow frost stone. If you like it, keep it." Yu Shu squeezed the yellow bead and said shyly, "How can I take your things for free?" She thought, this guy is quite a good person. Jing Chen looked down at her with a smile in his eyes. "Keep it. It may be useful." Yushu did not stand on ceremony with him anymore. She put the yellow bead away and handed it to him. I will take you to the pawn shop now. Let's go. Jing Chen sat on the ground and did not move. Can you help me? I have something to do later. Yushu nodded. Of course, as long as you trust me. Don't worry that I will take your bead and run away. Then I will have to trouble you, little brother. Yushu grinned. Hero, you can call me Xiao Yu. Calling me little brother is like treating me like an outsider. Xiao Yu. Jing Chen murmured. His words were very soft, but the last syllable sounded like a hook. When he called Yushu's pet name, it seemed inexplicably intimate. Yushu's previous name was Yujing. It was a very common name. There were 4 children in the first unit in their community. All of them had the nickname Jing Jing. When they called for dinner upstairs, 7 or 8 children ran back. In order to distinguish them, her parents gave her the nickname Xiao Yu. Her colleagues and friends called her a Xiao Yu. The same sound, but the meaning was different. She did not know that Jing Chen had said it wrong. She smiled and replied, yes. Chapter 55. Yushu came back from the river bank and went to the Changmen pawn shop. She went to the Mianzhai pawn shop first. The door was closed, so shopkeeper Wu's shop was deserted. When he saw Yushu, he called her over to talk. Yushu wanted to ask him about the pawn shop on the street, so she chatted with this profiteer for a while. Ashu, shopkeeper Chow hasn't opened his shop for a few days. Is he going to shut down his business? If he closes his shop, where are you going to make a living? How about you come to my shop to settle accounts? I'll give you the same salary and I promise to treat you well. Shopkeeper Wu said with a friendly face. Yushu said, let's wait for shopkeeper Chow to come back. He can't just give up his shop. Then you have 2 days free. Come and help me settle old accounts. How about this, before shopkeeper Chow comes back, you work in my shop. I'll give you 10 copper coins a day. Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. This profiteer. 10 copper coins was her net worth in the past. Now it has risen to 20 copper coins, and it's only for half a day's work. Forget it. I have something to do, so I have to go. After getting rid of this trouble, Yushu hurriedly passed through the alley and went to the back street to find the honest pawn shop that shopkeeper Wu mentioned. Even so, when she took out the jade beads, the other party couldn't help but lower the price. Yushu grumbled and gave him 20 taels as a death contract. Anyway, Jing Chen gave it to her casually. It didn't seem like he was reluctant to give it up. If he doesn't want to redeem it, then so be it. She asked the shopkeeper to exchange 10 taels of silver for 1 tael, 10 taels of silver, and a small string of copper coins. Yushu had never taken so much money. She was afraid that someone would steal it on the street. She couldn't afford it even if she sold herself. In the end, she hid behind the door of the pawn shop and put it in her underwear, which made the shopkeeper laugh at her. After leaving the pawn shop, Yushu went west to find the bookstore at the end of the street to return the money to the old shopkeeper. The old shopkeeper of the bookstore saw that she was dressed as a boy and didn't recognize her for a moment. After she reminded him, he remembered the credit that day and couldn't help but sigh. When Yushu gave him the money, he didn't refuse, but looked at her with affection in his eyes. Seeing that there were no customers in the shop, he took a pen and paper and asked her to write a few words, pointing out the way she held the pen. Yushu could tell that the old man was lonely, so she stayed with him for a while and took the opportunity to listen to his history. When it was almost noon, she said goodbye and left. She promised the old shopkeeper that she would come often. Hashtag. After the business is done, Yushu returns to the courtyard. Lunch is ready. Yu Xiaoxiu is waiting for her at the door, holding a branch and writing on the ground. When Yu Shu saw this, she muttered, "Isn't there a lot of paper? And you're drawing on the ground, don't you think it's dirty?" "I'm just drawing." Yu Xiaoxiu threw the branch away and fetched water for her to wash her hands. Aunt Lu has already eaten and is drying radish strips in the yard. She has finished eating the pickled vegetables and is going to pickle 2 more jars in the next 2 days. There is only one dish for lunch, which is light and tasteless. There are not many edible vegetables in spring, and they can't afford meat. Yu Shu chewed half a bowl of rice and couldn't swallow it. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu has cleaned the bottom of the bowl, she praised him, "You're really easy to feed." Then she took the opportunity to push the leftovers to him, "I can't eat anymore." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't mind her saliva. He changed a pair of chopsticks and continued to eat expressionlessly. "By the way, I went to see Master Jingchen this morning. Guess where he is?" Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth was stuffed, and he hummed through his nose. "He's at the river where we flew kites the day before yesterday." "Isn't there a plum forest across the river?" Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu about her meeting with Jing Chen in the morning. Finally, she took out the yellow frost stone and handed it to him. "Here, keep it. When you're free, rub it in your palm. You won't get sick." Yu Xiaoxiu shoved the last mouthful of rice into his mouth and wiped his hands on the table. He took the yellow bead and looked at it. He curled his lips and handed it back to Yu Shu. "I don't want it. It's something for girls to play with." "Nonsense, it's not like it's a hairpin. Take it." "I don't want it. It's not for him." Yu Xiaoxiu refused to take it. He cleaned up the dishes and ran out to wash them. Yu Shu had no choice but to rub it in her palm a few times and put it away. After lunch, the two of them started writing on the table. Yu Xiaoxiu did his homework, while Yu Shu learned how to write. Both of them focused on their own tasks. Soon after, Yu Xiaoxiu spoke first. "This morning at the private school, several people secretly asked me questions." "What did they ask you?" Yu Shu stiffly held the pen. She didn't like to use a brush. It was too soft. If she didn't write properly, her writing would be crooked and it would delay her progress. It seemed that she had to find a way to make a charcoal pen. "Haven't you been going to school with him recently?" Later, something happened to Shuowenjia. "Everyone said that you saved him. Then, I don't know who said it behind your back, but they said that you and Shuowenjia were together. They asked me if it was true." Yu Xiaoxiu was very unhappy. Those few people poked fun at his sister, saying that she was a duck trying to climb a branch. They only dared to treat his sister like this. If it was another family's young miss, would they dare to speak so brazenly? Moreover, his sister would never be together with Shuowenjia. That boy was so big for nothing. When something happened, he still needed his sister to save him. Useless. Nonsense. What do I have to do with him? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Hearing that she had an affair with a boy who was still wet behind the ears, she felt a chill down her spine. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at her. "Don't you like him?" Yu Shu was about to refute, but suddenly thought that she had indeed liked that boy in the past. She said vaguely, "That was in the past. Now I feel annoyed when I see him." Oh. It seemed that his sister really didn't like Shuowenjia anymore. He really didn't like Shuowenjia anymore. Yu Xiaoxiu was secretly happy. He didn't want to see his sister chasing after that brat. "You didn't quarrel with them, did you?" Yu Shu thought about Yu Xiaoxiu's temper and stopped writing. She didn't know much about the marriage customs in the morning, but she guessed that it was not a good thing if there was a girl gossiping. Could it be that Yu Xiaoxiu quarreled with others because of her? Yu Xiaoxiu said in a muffled voice, "No." He was small and couldn't beat others. If they quarreled, things would get out of hand. In the end, it would be his sister who suffered. That's good. Don't pay attention to them in the future. Just concentrate on your studies. Yushu put down her pen. She sat up and patted his head. Then, she laid down on the bed and took an afternoon nap. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his head. He felt a little better. He continued to bury his head in his homework. He had to study hard. One day, people wouldn't roll their eyes at him and his sister. ##### In the evening, Yushu went to Jingshangtang. Qingjing didn't let her squat at the door. He had already drawn a spell and was waiting for her. He told her that she wasn't allowed to catch chess pieces today. Master, you have to tell me what's the point of doing this, right? Yushu asked. It wasn't that she didn't want to catch chess pieces. It was just that she didn't know how to do it. She was afraid that it would be useless. Just do as I say, Qingjing said as he laid lazily on the bamboo bed. Seeing that he wouldn't explain no matter what, Yushu didn't want to give up the chance to study. So, she asked, then how long do I have to catch? Qingjing looked at the black and white chess pieces on the ground. When you can guess 10 times in a row, that's about it. 10 times. She had been catching for the whole night yesterday. She only got it right twice. If she wanted to get it right in a row, she might as well dig another eye out of her forehead. Although she was complaining in her heart, Yushu still obediently caught the chess pieces. She closed her eyes. She opened her eyes. She didn't get it right. She closed her eyes. She opened her eyes. She didn't get it right. She closed her eyes. Her hands were sore. She rested for a while. Then, she continued. Qingjing didn't say anything. After catching for almost 2 hours, she was almost bored to her limit. Qingjing called for her to stop. Okay, let's stop here for today. Come here, I have something for you. When Yushu heard that, she immediately became energetic. She put the chess pieces into the bowl and trotted over. She smiled and said, "What is it, master?" Daoist Qingjing took out a bottle of medicine from the bed behind him and handed it to her. Take it back and apply it in the morning and evening. It will dissolve the blood and remove the bruises. The bruises on your arms are too eyesore. Yushu touched her forearm and took the bottle of medicine. She was a little touched. Old Lady Ji punished her with 20 rattan sticks. She was very particular about it. The bruises on her arms didn't seem to fade until now. Thank you, master. Go and wipe the ground before you go back. The bucket was full of water. Yushu took a piece of cloth and wiped off the drawings on the ground. She didn't know why the silver paint lost its color the moment it touched the water, so it was easily wiped off. After cleaning up, Yushu moved closer to Qingjing. Master. Qingjing turned around and faced her. Why are you still here? Yushu said, Can I make a deal with you? I still need to catch these chess pieces every day. Can you teach me something else? Her progress was too slow. She still had extra energy and didn't want to waste it. Qingjing said unhappily, You can't even stand properly and you want to run away. Catch the chess pieces first. Unable to come to an agreement, Yushu immediately stopped smiling and said disdainfully, Do you only know how to catch chess pieces and nothing else? How could Qingjing not know that she was trying to provoke him? He glared at her, but he didn't want her to look down on him. Kicking his legs, he grumpily said, Your master knows a lot of things. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to learn them all. Then teach me one by one. Yushu squatted down and leaned on the edge of the bamboo bed. She said fawningly, First, teach me how to predict tomorrow's weather. In the Yishu lecture hall in the city. Chapter 56. It was late at night, but Yu Shu was still awake. An oil lamp was lit on the dining table. The light was as thick as a knuckle, barely illuminating her vision. Swish, 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 Yu Shu was holding a simple charcoal pencil made from a willow branch in her hand. She was writing rapidly on the coarse paper. Her eyes were bloodshot because of the long night vision. However, at this moment, their owner's face was not filled with exhaustion, but excitement. "Sister, why aren't you sleeping?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned over and saw Yu Shu still sitting there. He couldn't help but call her. It had been almost half a month. His sister had been working late every day. He didn't know what she was busy with. He had seen the things she wrote on the paper, but they were all talismans that he didn't recognize. She wouldn't tell him when he asked her. Yu Shu ignored him. She focused all her attention on the calculation in front of her. She wrote faster and faster. She didn't have any extra energy to pay attention to the outside world. She was in a state of extreme excitement. She had turned from a modern person to an ancient person. This was the first time in a month that she had carried out such a high degree of mental calculation. There was no computer or calculator. She had to rely on her personal calculation ability to operate such complex data calculations. This was an unprecedented challenge for her. Her competitive spirit and unwillingness to admit defeat were all lured out and clamored for her to continue. The reason why she was like this was all because of the set of Chimen Duanjia that Daoist Qingjing taught her 10 days ago. In the house of Yi Shui, the occult sect used the divinatory disc as the starting point. The divinatory disc was based on the 8 trigrams. The divinatory disc was a medium for complex information. It included the heavenly stems, 9 palaces, 8 gates, and 9 stars and 8 gods. This was a divination based on time and space. Because the pattern of every hour of the year was different, the arrangement of time and space information was also different. For example, using the simplest application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune, the life door of the 8 doors could be used to seek wealth and medical treatment. Assuming that on the day of Jiawu in the year of Rinchou, the life door of the 8 doors was located at the ridge position, which was the west side. If one went west, there was a high chance that one would have good fortune. The book contained the general principle of Chimen Dun Jia, the song of the old fisherman in smoke waves. It had more than 1,600 words, and it taught people the rules of the divination arrangement. However, it was quite troublesome to learn it. In the Sanja study house, some students couldn't even memorize it, let alone arrange the divination according to the general principle. As for the set of incantations that Daoist Qingjing taught to Yu Shu, rather than saying they were incantations, they were more like lines of calculations. They were not calculations that were used to perform divination, but formulas that were specifically used to deal with the positions of the 8 trigrams. There was no need to arrange them clumsily, and there was no need to prepare 18 moving plates to calculate a complete hexagram plate. He could calculate whichever position he wanted. It was simple, convenient, and accurate. Yu Shu was quite surprised to learn such a specialized thing. Daoist Qingjing's original intention was for her to memorize this set of incantations, and then slowly teach her how to calculate. In his words, within 3 months, Yu Shu would be able to learn the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune and use it. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qingjing had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yu Shu couldn't even write well. She was a beginner in Yi Shui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era by more than 400 years. Yu Shu didn't show her surprise in front of Qingjing, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity as a mathematician, she carefully calculated for a few days and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune and misfortune was limited. For example, all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Jing to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. 3 months was much shorter than 3 years. However, Qing Zheng had underestimated one thing. Indeed, Yu Shu couldn't write well. She was a beginner in Yi Shui, but she was an elite in mathematics. The mathematical theory and knowledge that she had mastered far exceeded that of this era by more than 400 years. Yu Shu didn't show her surprise in front of Qing Jing, nor did she refuse his rough guidance. Instead, she copied the set of incantations home. Out of curiosity, she carefully calculated for a few days and came up with a bold hypothesis. Since there was such a set of calculations to calculate the 8 doors of fortune, then all the information in the occult door could be substituted into the formula. The scope of application of the 8 doors of fortune was limited. For example, the prediction of a sunny or rainy day that Yu Shu wanted to know at the beginning could not be calculated. For this reason, she specially asked Yu Xiaoxiu for advice on a hexagram. She wanted to know how to predict a sunny or rainy day from the hexagram. She used it as an experiment and substituted the incantations taught by Qing Jing to find a formula to predict a sunny or rainy day. If her hypothesis was correct, then she could deduce a set of her own calculation method. To be more precise, it would be an equation. This was a crazy hypothesis. If it was successful, she had a hunch that it would be the biggest asset she had in this era. Yu Shu was quite good at reverse calculation. She was especially proficient in statistical probability. She used all her spare time to deduce and record the changes of the weather every day. She made mistakes again and again, and fell into a dilemma again and again. Instead, it boosted her desire for knowledge. She could definitely succeed. Bang! Yu Xiaoxiu was drowsy when he suddenly heard a loud noise. He sat up in shock and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Yu Shu excitedly pounding the table twice, scratching her ears and cheeks. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand with a look of ecstasy on her face. "Sister." He put on his shoes and went down. Before he could get close, Yu Shu rushed over and hugged him. She picked him up and spun him twice on the spot. He was so shocked that he almost cried out. "What's wrong with you?" Although Yu Xiaoxiu did not know what Yu Shu was happy about, he was still infected by her. He hesitantly raised his hand and patted her back before laughing. "Ha, Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, you don't know. You don't know. Ha ha ha." Yu Shu hugged her little brother tightly and vented the joy in her heart. She held the fruits of her labor tightly in her hands. She finally calculated it. It was an equation to calculate Qingyu. It was accurate and simple. But this was just the beginning. She still needed to collect more calculation rules. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A blind star flashed in the north. Somewhere outside of Yang City, someone looked at the sky and frowned. Yu Shu was so excited that she only fell asleep when it was almost dawn. In the morning, Yu Xiaoxiu did not wake her up. She slept until lunch. Sister, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly. I have something to tell you." Yu Xiaoxiu sat on the bed and shouted. He did not even put down his bag. Yu Shu was already awake. She was just lazy in bed and did not want to get up. She turned around and rubbed her eyes. She yawned and asked, "What is it?" Yu Xiaoxiu took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to her. He said in a bad mood, Shuowenjie has recovered from his illness. Tonight, he's treating everyone to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. This is an invitation for you. Yu Shu took it and looked at it. Very good. There were two words that she did not recognize. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at her expression. Are you going? Of course. Yu Shu said without thinking. Of course I'm going. I'm eating and drinking for free. Why not? Yu Xiaoxiu lowered his head. I don't really want to go. Chapter 57. Oh. Chao Zixin curiously asked, what kind of business are you going to do? Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled, it's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. I will show it to you when it becomes big in the future. Chao Zixin thought that Shu was a young man. He knew that it was difficult to do business, but he didn't pour cold water on her. He just said, if there's anything I can help you with, just say it. Yu Shu didn't take his polite words seriously, I don't need it now. Let's talk about it later. Chao Zixin nodded and said, since you don't want to do it in the future, then don't call me shopkeeper anymore. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Chao. Yu Shu readily accepted his advice, Brother Chao. Then, Yu Shu asked him for the account book and began to check the entries of the past 2 days. She found 1 or 2 mistakes and took the opportunity to tease him. Chao Zixin grumpily accepted it and didn't argue with her. At dusk, Yu Shu went out and smelled the fragrance of food on the street. She suddenly remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that Shuowenjie would treat them at Suishian restaurant. So, she said goodbye to Chao Zixin and hurriedly ran home to change clothes. When she returned home, the sky was almost dark. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't come back, so he thought that she didn't want to go. He happily squatted at the door and ate the scallion pancake made by Aunt Lu. But Yu Shu slapped it down and it fell back to the plate. What are you eating? Save your stomach for later. Hurry, go and fetch water for me to wash my face. If it's late, I'll have to eat the leftovers. Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly took the basin and left. Yu Shu went to the closet to look through some clothes. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a set of plain pink clothes on top of the closet. On a whim, she casually pulled it out. It was said that the Han dynasty's women's clothing was similar to the Song dynasty's clothing. Most of them had 2 pieces. On the top, there was a short blouse, a small jacket, a left lapel, and a skirt. On the other, there were pleated skirts, horse-face skirts, and short skirts. On the top, there were sleeveless or half-sleeved long clothes that could be worn by both men and women. According to what Yu Shu had seen on the streets these days, women preferred light colors. The more tender the more beautiful they were, such as pink, yellow, and green. Of course, the color of the clothes wasn't the most important. It also depended on the person's appearance. Each place nurtured its own people. The south was moist, so even if the young ladies and young women in Yiyang City weren't all delicate and beautiful, there were very few who looked crooked. Yu Shu secretly looked at herself in the bronze mirror in Aunt Chui's room. Her current face was not bad. She inherited Aunt Song's double eyelids, round nose, and curved eyebrows. The only thing lacking was that her appearance was too lovable and obedient. No matter how hard she stared, her eyes weren't sharp. Compared to Yu Shu's previous life's strong female appearance, it was really too different. However, Yu Shu was quite satisfied with this kind of Lolita appearance. She could hide her real big sister's heart. This was a safe way to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Yu Xiaoxiu fetched water and went back to the house. When he saw her putting on the pink dress and shirt, his face stiffened. Then he saw her excitedly going out to look for Aunt Lou to comb her hair with a flower hairpin. His face became even more ugly. He thought that his sister was still interested in Shuewenjia. Otherwise, why would she dress up? She hadn't worn this dress for a month. However, he misunderstood Yushu. He didn't know that his sister was more disgusted by this pink dress than he was. It was just that she was in a good mood today, so she acted up. After tidying up, Yushu went back to the house and made an orchid gesture. She shyly and timidly asked Yu Xiaoxiu, "Do I look good?" Yu Xiaoxiu, ugly. Even if it looked good, he wouldn't admit it. Yushu smiled and raised her hand. Paw. Ouch, why did you hit my head? My hand was itchy. Humph. As far as Yushu knew, Drunken Immortal Restaurant was one of the best restaurants on Changmen Street. Its signature dish was Drunken Immortal Duck. It was said that when the emperor traveled to Jiangnan many years ago, he ate duck in this restaurant. Yushu dawdled at home. When she and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, she didn't expect that a table of classmates was still waiting for them. She was really flattered. Shuewenjia booked a private room on the second floor with 2 tables. He only invited 7 or 8 people. When Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu arrived, 1 table was full, 1 table was empty, 1 table was full of food and wine, and the other table only had teacups and teapots. Master Shuai was sitting in a good seat under the window. He was handsome with red lips and white teeth. When he saw Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu being led into the door by the waiter, his eyes fell on Yushu, who was dressed nicely. He was stunned at first, then turned his head and sneered, finally. A group of people were talking and laughing. When they heard him speak, they all turned to look at Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu, but no one greeted them. However, Ji Zhu said to Shuewenjia, "Since everyone is here, we don't need to wait." Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shuewenjia, thinking that this brat was really shameless. His sister had saved his life, and since he was treating them to a meal, why did he have to put on such a sour face? There wasn't even an empty seat on the table, so he must be planning to embarrass them. Yushu also felt strange. What was wrong with Mr. Shui? This was not the attitude he should have for his savior. Did he become stupid after being struck by lightning that night? Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaoxiu glared at Shuewenjia and thought that this guy was really shameless. Yushu was dressed vulgar and Yu Xiaoxiu was covered in dust. When the 2 of them stood in front of this group of people, they really didn't look like they were from the same place. Yu Xiaoxiu was about to pull Yushu away, but Yushu pulled him back. She pushed him to the empty table and sat down beside him. She waved at the waiter who was still at the door and pointed at Shuewenjia's table. She said straightforwardly, "Go, bring another table of dishes." Seeing that the waiter didn't move, Yushu followed the waiter's gaze and looked at the constipated faces at the next table. She frowned and said to Shuewenjia, "What's wrong? Don't you want to serve the dishes?" Shuewenjia looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. There was undisguised disgust in his eyes. "Can you afford the dishes here?" The one who spoke was Ji Zhu. She had a good relationship with Shuewenjia. She could see that he was in a bad mood after recovering from a serious illness. She guessed that he wanted to embarrass them, so she took the initiative to do it for him. As soon as she spoke, the people at the table showed disdain at the right time and aimed at Yushu in unison. It was a common enemy. Yushu felt that she should be angry at this time. But when she saw that these little kids who didn't even have their hair fully grown also wanted to bully her, she was so happy that she wanted to hit the table. Yushu pulled a long face and held back her laughter. She stood up and put on a provocative look. She looked at Ji Zhu and said, "It's not your treat. It's not your turn to care about the money." She was not her mother's wife, so why did this little girl have to control her? Probably because she thought of something, Ji Zhu blushed and glared at Yu Shu. Then she turned her head and complained to Shuwenjia. Why did you bring them here? Hurry up and drive them away. I can't eat when I see them. Don't you know that they live in the servants' room in our house? They don't even take a bath once a month. It's so dirty. The people at the table gritted their teeth and looked at Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu with an ugly face. Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that his face turned red, but he didn't refute. They lived in the courtyard, so it was true that they didn't have the conditions to take a bath. But it was not like what Ji Zhu said that they didn't take a bath for a month. Even if he couldn't soak in hot water, he would wipe his body once every 2 days and wash the bed sheets once every half a month. How could it be dirty? As the host tonight, Shuwenjia finally spoke. He looked at Yu Shu with disgust and said, Okay, you can leave. Ji Zhu looked at Yu Shu with a little complacency and said, Did you hear that? Let's go. Yu Xiaoxiu was so angry that he turned around and was about to go out. But Yu Shu grabbed him with one hand and took the invitation from his arms with her long fingers. Then she turned around and threw her hand on the plate in front of Shuwenjia. The soup splashed and a few drops of it splashed on Shuwenjia's white collar, which made him widen his eyes. Ji Zhu said, Ah, and took out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Then she turned around and said angrily, What are you doing? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu to the door. Then she turned around and sneered, You can't even afford to serve the dishes. If you don't have money, don't try to be a host. After that, she lifted the curtain and left, ignoring the reaction of the table behind her. When she reached the stairs, she heard the sound of plates and bowls being smashed. She turned around and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, This ungrateful thing. Next time, he will be caught and stripped naked to attract lightning. Yu Xiaoxiu was angry and did not hear her clearly. He snorted, I knew he was like this. Gold on the outside but rotten on the inside. Both of them talked and went downstairs. On the other side, in the private room, a group of people who were sitting around the table stood up and hid at the side, watching Shuwenjia lose his temper. When he was done, they looked at each other and said their goodbyes one after another. Only Ji Zhu and a young man who was close to him were left to persuade him. On the way home, the sister and brother pair were hungry. They thought of ways to scold Shuwenjia and then analyzed, Sister, do you think there is something wrong with him? Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't figure it out. His sister didn't do anything to that brat. Didn't she just bring people to save him once? In any case, she saved his dog life. Yu Shu was also puzzled. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Master Xue. Why did his attitude towards her become worse than before? She thought that he really wanted to treat her to a meal. He even swaggered over. What a disappointment. How would I know? Yu Shu was hungry and listless. I don't know if Aunt Lu has cooked anything. I didn't bring any money with me. Otherwise, I would have eaten on the street. Yu Xiaoxiu licked his lips, it would be good if there were fish. I can go back and cook fish soup. Yu Shu stole 2 fish from old lady Ji's courtyard. A few days ago, she cooked and ate them behind others' backs. The taste was so delicious that she still wanted to drool when she recalled it. Yu Shu scratched her chin and said, Then I'll go catch 2 more at night. Old lady Ji still owed her 18 fish. Yu Xiaoxiu was a little tempted, but he was afraid that she would be caught. He hesitated. Yu Shu squinted at him and knew that he was also hungry. She smiled and put her hand on his shoulder, Why don't you go with me and help me keep a lookout? The fish are kept in the pond. It'll be a waste if we don't eat them. We'll only catch 2 at a time. No one will find out. What do you think? Yu Xiaoxiu thought for a moment, Okay. When? Go back and sleep first. We'll wake up when the rooster crows. At that time, there will be no patrols in the courtyard. We can go there from the small garden. Chapter 58. People in ancient times usually went to bed early, especially the servants who worked all day. After a long day, they would go to bed if they had nothing to do after dinner. When Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu returned to the courtyard, all the lights in the rooms were turned off. There was still half a scallion pancake left in the kitchen, and the two of them ate it. Yu Xiaoxiu went out to get some water to wash his face. Yu Shu found a pen and paper. She excitedly took out the law of clear and rain that she had spent half a month to calculate and write on the paper. For this law, she applied the 8 gates formula that Taoist Qing Jing taught her. She used different hours and positions to calculate the weather for the next 5 days. She made a list and made a weather table for the last 5 days. She also annotated that day's weather on the side. The position of the gate of life became a simple calendar. Because she had used this law of clear and rain to verify the weather she had recorded every day for the past half a month, the accuracy was as high as 90%. This made her very confident, and she also had a lot of ambition to study other laws. Unfortunately, her cultivation was not high enough, and her foundation was too weak. Even if she had Taoist Qing Jing to ask, she couldn't study more deeply in a short time. She could only sigh. When she finished calculating, Yu Xiaoxiu was already lying on the bed and ready to sleep. He urged her, "Go to sleep. Don't play so late today. Didn't you say you were going to slack off?" Yu Shu folded the form and put it away. She looked at the sky outside and said, "I'm going out for a while." Yu Xiaoxiu frowned. "It's so late. You're still going out?" "I'll be back soon. Don't lock the door." Taoist Qing Jing was still waiting for her at Jing Shang Tang. No matter how late it was, she had to go there. She hadn't caught the chess piece for today. If she didn't go, the old man would be angry and stare at her, saying that she was not motivated. To be honest, if it weren't for Taoist Qing Jing who always answered her questions, which was comparable to a living dictionary, and only let her catch chess pieces every day, she would have long betrayed her master. After playing chess for half a month, she did not feel any obvious changes. The only good thing was that she overused her brain and dozed off as soon as her head hit the pillow. Compared to catching chess pieces, the 8 gates incantation was much more practical. At least when she went out to search for money, she had picked up 2 copper coins within 5 days. She was quite satisfied with the probability. As usual, Yu Shu finished her daily homework. She tidied up the chess pieces and wiped the floor clean. She took out a charcoal pencil and a small booklet that she sewed with coarse paper. She leaned against the side of Qing Zhang's bamboo bed and asked, "Master, the pain gate is prone to blood. Other than retreating, is there any other way to avoid the disaster?" The analysis of divinatory diagrams could be found in books, but the countermeasure to deal with it was passed down privately. The headmaster of the academy wouldn't teach it in class, so it had to be taught by the elders in private. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have this kind of waiting. If it's in the west, throw a copper coin when you go out. If it's in the north, bring a sharp weapon when you go out. If it's in the south, Qing Jing didn't speak fast. Yu Shu only wrote down the main points. She didn't need him to repeat them. When she finished, she would continue to ask until Qing Jing became impatient and asked her to leave. "I'm sleepy. You can go." Every time, Yu Shu would be cheeky, "Master, one more question. Just one more question." If Qing Zhang was in a good mood, he would let her ask. If he was in a bad mood, he would turn his back to her and ignore her no matter how she pestered him. Qing Zhang seemed to be in a good mood today. He didn't turn his back to her, but he didn't ask her any more questions either. He just told her, "It's late today. Come tomorrow as soon as it's dark. I'll teach you how to distinguish stars. Distinguish stars? Yushu put the booklet away and stood up. She said casually, "It'll rain tomorrow night. I won't be able to see stars." Qing Zheng stared at her and felt a little strange. He raised his head and asked, "How do you know it'll rain tomorrow night?" Yushu's eyelids twitched. She scolded herself for talking too much. She giggled, "I heard it from the headmaster of the academy this morning." "Why won't it rain tomorrow?" Qing Jing snorted, "I'll tell you about the star atlas first. You don't need to observe stars, remember to bring an umbrella." The last sentence confirmed the saying that it would rain tomorrow night. After Yushu left, he muttered in a low voice, "Is there anyone else in Yang City who can promote full moon night rain? I have underestimated these people." The next day, the rooster crowed. Yu Xiaoxiu woke up Yushu, who was sleeping soundly. They put on their clothes and went out with fishing tools. There were guards on night duty at the gate of the north courtyard. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu took a detour and jumped over the low wall of the big garden. They found the small garden where the carps were kept. The morning dew was heavy, and the grass by the pond was wet. Yushu didn't let Yu Xiaoxiu down. She let him sit on the railing under the corridor and keep watch. She squatted by the pond, pulled a pole and a rope, and threw the bait into the pond. The sky was misty, and it looked like it was about to brighten. The fish in the pond were silver, white, gold, and red. Occasionally, one or two would swim up to the pond and make a clanking sound. The small garden was so quiet that it could be heard. After about a quarter of an hour, a fat fish took the bait. Yu Xiaoxiu saw it and half of his body leaned out of the corridor. Yushu waved at him proudly. She picked up the fish and shook it to show him. Then she threw it into the bucket. Neither of them dared to speak loudly for fear of attracting people. Yushu hung another fragrant bait and threw the fishing line into the pond again. She was staring at the chicken feather float. Suddenly, she heard a shout over the quiet dawn, "Catch the thief!" Yushu's hand shook, which scared away the fish in the pond. She turned her head and looked down the corridor. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu was looking at the other end of the garden and waving at her anxiously. He shouted in a low voice, "Sister, come up." Yushu immediately put away the fishing rod. She carelessly twirled it and accidentally got her hand scratched by the hook. It was so painful that she gritted her teeth. She didn't have time to look at it and just ran up the corridor with the fish in the bucket. At this time, she could see the torches in the courtyard next door. A noise was coming from afar. The thief ran that way. "Quick! This person broke into the old lady's bedroom. We can't let him run away." The sound came from both sides of the corridor. Yushu knew that she would run into people no matter which way she ran. She was anxious. If she was caught because of the thief, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. So, she looked around and saw the rockery behind the pond. She pushed Yu Xiaoxiu down the corridor. "Xiaoxiu, go down." Yu Xiaoxiu jumped down clumsily. As soon as he stepped on the grass, Yushu handed the bucket to him. He caught it and she also jumped down. She took the bucket and dragged him to the back of the rockery. As soon as they hid, they heard a series of footsteps and loud shouts in the corridor outside. Yushu held onto Yu Xiaoxiu's arm tightly with one hand and stuck close to the mountain wall. She peeked through the cracks of the mountain rocks to see the fire and the figures outside. She didn't dare to make any noise for fear that someone with sharp eyes would discover them. "Where are they? Where did they go?" Yushu was unlucky. The fish hook scratched her palm, and her hand happened to be holding the bucket of fish. She wanted to hold it tightly, but when she clenched it, it squeezed her wound. Her wrist trembled in pain, and the bucket fell out of her hand. "Oh!" Yushu's eyes were wide open. Her mouth was covered by a hand behind her. Her scream was muffled. The bucket didn't make any sound. Instead, it was stopped by the tiptoe of someone and landed steadily on the ground. "Shoo, don't make a sound." There was a low warning in her ear. A faint breath blew into her ear, mixed with a rusty smell of blood. It made Yushu's hair stand up on her neck. The person behind her easily held the siblings in his arms. His arms went around their shoulders and firmly covered their mouths. Yushu didn't dare to struggle. She grabbed Yu Xiaoxiu's arm and exerted force. Yu Xiaoxiu moved a few times and then calmed down. The siblings were smart. They knew that the person behind them must have attracted the thieves. If they cooperated, he would probably let them go later. If they didn't cooperate and were caught, they would suffer with him. Yushu twisted her neck little by little and squinted. She could barely see a corner of the black mask. Judging from the height, the person was more than a head taller than her. He was an adult man. "Not here. Go over there and have a look." The group of guards outside stayed in the corridor for a while and then left with a lamp. Yushu didn't feel relieved because the person behind her didn't relax. He strangled Yu Xiaoxiu with one hand and stepped back to suppress Yu Xiaoxiu's struggle. He said to Yushu in a hoarse voice, "Take me to a safe place." It was a little bright. Yushu squinted her eyes and looked at the arm of the masked man in a black mask who only showed his eyes on Yu Xiaoxiu's neck. She squeezed her palm. "Follow me." After narrowly avoiding several waves of startled guards and servants, Yushu led the person to the yard involuntarily. The sky was still dark and only the chicken was awake in the courtyard. Yushu pushed open the door and stepped aside to let the masked thief sneak in with Yu Xiaoxiu. She placed the bucket of water behind the door and closed the door. She unlatched the door and went to get a flint, but the man stopped her. "Don't light the lamp yet." Yushu obediently put down the flint and looked at the shadowy figures in front of her. She whispered, "This is where the two of us live. We won't run away. Can you let go of my brother?" The man hesitated for a moment and let go of Yu Xiaoxiu. As soon as he was free, Yu Xiaoxiu pushed the man away and stood in front of Yushu. He stared at the man fiercely and said, "What do you want?" The masked thief ignored him and sat down with the help of the table. "Xiaoxiu," Yushu pulled him from behind and comforted him, "keep your voice down. If he comes, we will be in trouble with him." Hearing this, the masked thief looked at Yushu's direction and smiled bitterly. He whispered to her, "Little brother, don't worry. I will leave after treating my injury. I won't hurt you. Light the lamp." Yushu patted Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and went forward to light the oil lamp. The bean-sized light illuminated this small area. She peeled off her sweaty bangs and looked up. She saw a pair of dark eyes. Her heart jumped. The masked thief stared at her and turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. He said to him, "Go get a basin of water." Yu Xiaoxiu snorted. Yushu pushed him and reluctantly left with the basin of water. When the door opened and closed, Yushu stood by the table and quietly looked at the masked thief. When she heard him let out a light sigh, she started to take off his clothes. In a few moments, he took off his clothes, revealing his tight upper body. His two chest muscles were tight, smooth and firm. If it weren't for the several sharp hidden weapons that were hissing with blood, Yushu would have calmly admired his good figure. He tore his white clothes into strips and pulled out the hidden weapons from his abdomen. Yushu heard him let out a light snort. Although she couldn't see his expression, she guessed that he was frowning. After pulling out the small things, he threw them on the table. He took out a medicine bottle from somewhere and sprinkled the powder on his wounds. He quickly wrapped 2 strips of cloth around his abdomen and touched his back. With a light hiss, he looked up at Yushu and said, "Help me." Chapter 59. Do me a favor. Yushu looked at the masked thief's back, which had 7 or 8 small bloody holes. She felt sorry for him. After a short hesitation, she walked forward. But before her hand touched his back, she heard a low shout from the door. "What are you doing?" As soon as Yu Xiaoxiu entered the door, he saw the thief's back was bare in front of his sister. He immediately became angry. He put down the basin and pulled Yushu behind him without looking at the injuries on the thief's body. He stared at him with fire in his eyes and said angrily, "Stinky pervert, put on your clothes." The masked thief seemed to be stunned. He didn't understand the situation. Yushu touched her forehead and pressed Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder. She whispered, "Xiaoxiu, he has injuries on his back. He wants me to help him apply medicine. Don't think too much." Yu Xiaoxiu said angrily, "But he can't take off his clothes in front of you. You are a girl. How can he do this?" The masked thief's shoulder moved. He looked at Yushu, who was wearing a short robe and had male hair. Under the light, his eyes were full of surprise. When he met Yushu's surprisingly calm eyes, his eyes narrowed. He hurriedly picked up his clothes on the bench and covered his body with it. He lowered his head and said in embarrassment, "Sorry for offending you. I didn't know you were a girl." Yushu raised her eyebrows. This thief was quite polite. "It doesn't matter." She turned her head and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "You go and bring the water. I will help him pull out the sharp weapon on his back." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "How can you do that?" "I will do it. You turn your back and don't look." Then he pushed her and went forward to check the masked thief's back. When he saw the bloody wounds on his back, he was scared and took 2 steps back. His face was a little pale. After all, he was young and had never seen blood. No matter how courageous he was still a child. Yushu reached out to support him and whispered in his ear, "I'll do it. Hurry up and get him to leave. Otherwise, if someone comes to search us, we'll be in trouble. Listen to me and bring the water and a clean towel. If you don't listen to me, I'll get angry." Yu Xiaoxiu hesitated for a moment. He glared at the masked thief and went to get the water. Yushu took a step forward, wanting to touch the person's back, but the other party dodged, causing Yushu's hand to miss. She sneered inwardly. This thief had barged into the courtyard in the middle of the night, held them hostage, and now he was acting embarrassed. She stretched out her hand and pressed on his shoulder. She said with displeasure, "Don't move." Yushu took the handkerchief from Yu Xiaoxiu and carefully wiped off the blood on his back, revealing the wound. She pinched the edge of the hidden weapon with the handkerchief and pulled it out. Feeling her shoulder shake, she smirked and threw the bloody hidden weapon on the table. She didn't rush to apply the medicine on the wound and continued, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." She pulled out the other triangular pieces without holding back. She didn't even give him a chance to breathe. It was so painful that cold sweat appeared on his back. Yu Xiaoxiu felt very satisfied. Finally, he sprinkled some medicinal powder on the man's wound and used the rest of the cloth to wrap up the wound. After this was done, the masked thief put on his black coat again. By the time the masked thief put on his black coat again, the sky outside was already bright. Yushu went outside and poured a basin of bloody water under the corner of the wall. Then she looked outside the courtyard for a while and fetched another basin of water. She wet the towel and handed it to him. Then she came back and said to the thief, "Leave from the back door while no one is searching here. You won't be able to escape when the sun rises." The masked thief wiped the sweat on his neck and washed his hands. He closed his eyes and took a breath. He said to Yushu, "Please lead the way and send me out." Compared to the threat in the small garden, his tone now was so gentle that it could be called a request. Yu Shu held down Yu Xiaoxiu, who was about to protest, and whispered, "Okay." Then she told Yu Xiaoxiu, "I'll send him out. Quickly tidy up the room. Don't let Aunt Lu see anything when she wakes up. Sister, I'm going to send him out. You stay in the room. Don't mess around." Yu Shu was still worried about the thief. How could she let Yu Xiaoxiu go with her? She scolded him and left with the masked thief, regardless of whether he was willing or not. The courtyard of the main household Lady Ji was wearing an outer robe and her hair was fluffy. She sat in the hall with a pale face. Second Madam was standing beside her, serving tea and comforting the old lady. Below her, the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Xiaohan, and the second son, Ji Xiaochun, were arguing. "Big brother, how did you arrange the guards to let the thief break into mother's bedroom? If father hadn't asked Taoish Qingjing to set up a trap in the room before the new year, what would have happened?" Ji Xiaochun was full of complaints. "If you hadn't lent 20 guards to the Lu residence, there wouldn't be a vacancy in the inner courtyard." Ji Xiaohan was furious. Ji Xiaochun choked and said unhappily, "Big brother, you're wrong. Xingxuan is in the capital and still needs the Shui family's care. How can I not lend them to the Lu family?" Old Madam Ji listened to their quarrel and frowned. She interrupted, "All right, stop arguing. All right, the two of you stop quarreling. Tonight, this thief isn't after gold or silver. I'm afraid he's after the treasury behind the main house. Since this person is so familiar with the inner court, he probably has a spy in the house. No matter what, we must capture him and not let him escape." As soon as the two brothers heard the word storehouse, they immediately perked up and sat up straight to listen to him. "Mother, don't worry. Third brother has already sent guards to search the garden. The thief was hit by so many hidden weapons. I don't think he can run far," Ji Xiaohan said. Old Madam Ji was worried and said to second brother, "Xiaochun, send someone to the magistrate office to look for your brother-in-law. If he escapes, ask him to put up notices in the city." "Yes, mother. I'll go now." Second Madam Ji gently touched Old Madam Ji's shoulder and said gently, "Mother, leave this matter to eldest brother and the others. I'll help you into rest." Old Madam Ji was old and couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, she trusted her sons and followed Second Madam Ji's words and went to the back of the house to catch up on sleep. Yu Shu sent the person out and walked along the wall. She didn't say a word, but the person had the leisure to ask, "Miss, why did you help me?" Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. "Who helped you? Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm just afraid of being implicated by you. If I'm unlucky enough to bump into you, I'll be in trouble no matter what. Why don't you try to die on the side of the road? Let's see if I'll look at you." Of course, Yu Shu wouldn't tell the truth, so she chose to remain silent. The masked person was annoyed. He touched his mask and took the initiative to find a topic. "Why are you fishing there in the middle of the night?" "I'm hungry." When Yu Shu thought about the fish she missed, she felt resentful. Coincidentally, her stomach growled in hunger. The noise was so loud that it could be heard from the front and back. She couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I can't afford meat, so I had to steal fish to eat." After a moment of silence, he sighed and said, "The 8 treasures fragrant carp is a treasure of the Ji family. It's hard to find one. If someone finds out that you stole it, they won't let you off easily." 8 treasures fragrant carp. It turned out that the fish she caught had a name. No wonder it was so delicious. Yu Shu thought. She didn't respond to him and he didn't say anything either. The two of them walked down the path, one in front of the other, to the back door. Yu Shu saw him off and stopped at the door to watch him go out. The masked thief stood in the deserted alley outside and raised his hand to thank her. "Thank you, girls. The door slammed and Yushu's eyes disappeared at the door. He looked at the closed door and was stunned. He couldn't help laughing. His chest vibrated and his wound moved. He coughed a few times because of the pain. He only stayed in front of the door for a moment and then turned around and walked quickly out of the alley. Daybreak, the main house, the courtyard. As the sun rose, Yushu was forced to kneel outside the door by 2 guards. She dejectedly looked at the 2 ants walking on the doorstep. She thought that this was really the worst morning she had ever had since she came here. What she wanted to do the most right now was to find that bastard thief, point at his nose, and curse him for being a jinx. He was right. She was caught because of a fish. After she sent the man away from the back, Yu Xiaoxiu changed his clothes and went to school. She was so tired that she fell asleep on the bed. In the middle of her dream, someone broke into the door and took her out. The reason was that the guards had searched the courtyard and found the bucket with the carp in it behind the door of their house. Of course, there was also a shoulder pole, and they had also found some bait in her house. The thief who broke into the main house at night was not caught and ran away. She, the fish thief, was escorted to Old Lady G by the guards and vented her anger on the old lady. What should she say? She could only blame herself for being too greedy. If she had put the fish back in the pond, then there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiu went to school, so he was able to avoid this trouble. She ruined the whole thing and insisted that it was her first time stealing fish. Even so, it still made the old lady, who was very protective of her food, choke with anger. In the central room, Old Lady G pointed at her. Her face was full of anger. She shouted at Ji Lao-san, who had just rushed over. Look, this is the scoundrel you recruited into the family, stealing chickens and dogs, even daring to catch my treasured fish. Such a lowly thing, wasting such treasures, is that a good fortune that she can covet? Every time my Xian comes home, she can't bear to eat a fish. How did you teach her? Infuriating. She did not use vulgar words, but her words were harsh. Yushu was unhappy, but she also knew that she was careless and did not handle the fish well. Ji Hyotani lowered his head and did not dare to refute. He just turned his head and looked at Yushu. His eyes were a little scary. Second Master went to visit County Magistrate Ma and was not there. First Master Ji Xiaohan did not help. When Old Lady was done scolding and panting, Second Madam took the opportunity to comfort her. Mother, these 2 children are just the concubines of Third Brother's yard. They have been raised in the yard and are not taught by him. Third Brother is not to be blamed. Please calm down and drink some tea. Old Lady took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. She calmed down and sighed. She looked at Ji Hyotani coldly and said, I don't want to ask anymore. How do you want to deal with them? Ji Hyotani bowed and said, It's my fault for making you angry. I will drive them out now. Please calm down. Yushu looked up suddenly. She looked at the old lady and then at Ji Hyotani. She was sure that they were not scaring her. Her expression changed slightly. No way. Are they going to drive me out of the house? Is it so serious? If they really drive me out, where can I go for a while? Sleep on the street. Old Lady G put down the teacup and closed her eyes. Chapter 60. 30 whips and throw them out. Old Lady G coldly gives the order. Yushu is forced to kneel at the door. She forces herself to calm down and think of a solution. But when she looks around the room, she sees pairs of eyes or cold or bored eyes. Indifference or annoyance in his eyes. She suddenly realized she is in a terrible situation now. Originally, she thought that if she was caught stealing fish, she would at most be punished. It was not like the family would kill her just because she ate 2 fish. She did things without considering the consequences, but she was used to taking risks. If the probability of the risk was not high enough, she would do it as she pleased. She would never be afraid of the slightest thing. But now it seemed that this fish-stealing plot was even more serious than she had imagined. This family was afraid that the old and young were the thief who broke into the inner courtyard last night is not caught, so they vent their anger on her. Now she is just a thing to appease old Lady G. The G family, who was in a fit of anger, would not listen to her sophistry. Flowery words were no longer effective. Call for help. She only knows Taoish Qingjing, but the old man warned her not to reveal their relationship. As soon as this idea comes up, Yu Shu suppresses it. And the only thing she can do now, beg for mercy, but the other party may not be soft-hearted. She has no blood relationship with them. If she is beaten, they will not feel sorry. If she is kicked out, no one will say a word. Yu Shu clenches her sweaty palms. She gradually becomes flustered and suspicious. Has she naively imagined this sudden ancient life to be too easy and beautiful from the beginning to the end? Reporting to old Lady G, the whip is here. Hit. The supervisor swung the whip in the air to test the strength. The slight sound of the whip breaking through the air made Yu Shu shiver involuntarily. She recalled the rattan that fell on her arm not long ago. That kind of tingling pain was not enough to scare her, but she hated it very much. However, when the whip suddenly hit her back, she realized that the rattan was far from being able to withstand it. Ah! She heard a scream, and only then did she realize that it was her own voice. She subconsciously clamped her shoulders, and cold sweat dripped down her face. She tried to dodge, but she was firmly held by someone, and she couldn't move. Paw! Paw! This was a whip, not a cane. It was a whip as thick as a thumb. The sound of it hitting her back through her clothes was still loud and clear. When it came to the third whip, Yu Shu still wanted to endure it. But after the third whip, she was already distracted by the bone-chilling pain and began to think about how to win the sympathy of this family. She has a lot of pride, but she knows that a wise man knows better than to fight. After the 30 whips, she is afraid that she will lose half of her life. If she is thrown out, no one will take care of her. It is really a question whether she can live or not. Fingers on the door frame, Yu Shu holds her breath and says, old lady, I know I was wrong. Old lady, please forgive me. Ah. Paw. This whip is exceptionally hot. It is so painful that she bites her lips and tastes salty copper rust. She can imagine that the clothes on her back are already torn. She grits her teeth and takes a deep breath, not letting her anger show on her face. She continues to beg for mercy. Old lady, please, forgive me. I know I was wrong. Ah. Old Lady G sits motionless on the armchair. She is dressed in a finely embroidered robe and a green pleated skirt. She holds a cup of tea in her hand and looks coldly at Yu Shu, who is kneeling outside the door, begging for mercy. The anger on her face subsides a little, but she has no intention of stopping her. However, when she sees that Yu Shu's clothes are torn and blood can be seen, she only frowns slightly and turns to speak to Ji Hyotani. Xiaogu, it is not that I want to criticize you, but you are not even 40. It is time for you to remarry. Otherwise, those women in your courtyard will be left alone and make a mess in the house. If you are not careful, they will ruin the reputation of our Ji family. When your father returns home, how can I face him? I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, mother. Ji Hyotani immediately lifts the hem of his clothes and kneels down. He kowtows to old Lady Ji, but he does not mention the matter of remarrying. Old Lady Ji looks at him and hears Yu Shu's weak cries. Finally, she sighs. After all, he is her son. How can she bear to scold him? She waves her hand and asks him to stand up. We will talk about your matter when your father comes back. Yes, mother. Ji Hyotani stands up and stands aside, but does not sit down. Outside the door, Yushu has been whipped for almost 20 times and is about to faint from the pain. If it were not for someone holding her shoulders from behind, she would have already fallen to the ground. She is in a trance and her mind is filled with pain. She sweats like rain and the sticky sweat drips from her eyebrows to her eyes, replacing the tears that refuse to fall, making her dizzy. This feeling suddenly reminds her of the time when she was a rebellious child many years ago. When she was beaten by her father, the feeling of the belt on her back is very similar to the feeling of a whip. It is almost the same pain, but different. At that time, her mother and brother protected her. Even her father, who beat her, actually loved her. But now, the people who loved her are all gone. Here, no one will care about her. Yushu suddenly wants to cry. She does not remember the last time she cried. How many years ago? She does not cry because she is in pain, but because she misses her family. She knows that she will never see them again. She never wants to be strong. Since she came to this world, she has been telling herself to live happily and force herself not to miss her family. She is afraid that she will be weak when she thinks of them. She will be afraid to face this strange and unknown world. That's enough. Old Lady Ji sees that Yushu's eyes are unfocused and she no longer begs for mercy. She puts down the tea and stops when there are still 5 lashes left. It is not that she is soft-hearted, but she does not want to kill anyone. Send her back. Apply medicine and change her clothes. Then, kick her out. As soon as old Lady Ji opens her mouth, Yushu is dragged out of the house. Her mother does not even know that she is being chased out of the house. However, even if Aunt Chui knew about this, she would not dare to plead for leniency in front of old Lady Ji and Ji Hyotani. ####. At noon, Yushu was wearing the blue shirt that Aunt Lu had made for her not long ago. Her hair was disheveled and she was not even allowed to carry a bag in her hand. She was pushed out of the house from the back door. Bang! Seeing that the door was closed in front of her, the guard who was arranged to guard the door glanced at her curiously. She stumbled forward a few steps before stopping. Turning around, she hunched her back and hobbled over to a tree on the opposite side of the street. Holding on to the tree trunk, she slowly sat down on a rock and stared at the tightly shut door in a daze. Her face was pale, and only her lips, which she had bitten so hard that they bled, were bright red. She sat there until dusk. For 6 hours, she did not move at all. During this time, a few servants came in and out of the back door. Some of them noticed her and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her. They pointed at her but no one came forward to talk to her. With a squeak, the door opened again. A young maid ran out and looked around. When she saw Yushu, she said a few words to the guard. Then, she ran over and stood 3 or 4 steps away from Yushu. She whispered, "Miss, don't just squat here. The young master was making a fuss about coming out to look for you." He was scolded by Aunt Lu and locked in the room. "Aunt Lu told you to go somewhere else and not wander around the house. Be careful not to be seen." Yushu did not listen to the rest of the sentence. She stood up with the help of the tree and staggered away. The maid called out to her a few times but she did not respond. She stomped her feet and turned around to enter the back door. On the way, she remembered that she had forgotten to give the money to Yushu. She hurriedly ran out but Yushu had already disappeared. She could only pick up the 2 pieces of silver and go back. ####. It was getting dark. Yushu unknowingly walked to Changmenpu Street. She passed by Mianzhai and stopped. She looked at the closed door in front of her. She lowered her head and turned. She accidentally bumped into people several times. Don't you have eyes? Yushu did not care about the abuse behind her. She walked in the direction of the river bank in the east of the city. She was absent-minded and did not notice that there was a figure wearing a gauze hat not far away who noticed the movement here. He turned his head and the eyebrows under the bamboo hat moved. He turned around and followed behind her. He walked not too far behind her, separated by some pedestrians. Yushu had just walked to the small bridge at the corner of West Street when it began to rain. The pedestrians on the street began to run. It became heavy in the blink of an eye. She did not stand on the bridge for a moment. The rain hit her neck, making her shiver. She turned around and walked off the bridge. Under the bridge, there were two beggars taking shelter from the rain. They stood there with disheveled hair and dirty faces. They were holding bowls and eating half a moldy steamed bun. Yushu slowly squatted down beside them. Her hair was disheveled. It seemed that she was with them. The two beggars looked at Yushu, who ran into their territory and took the initiative to talk to her. Which street are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Yushu did not say anything. The two people were not interested, so they turned their heads to look at the people passing by under the bridge. They sighed and said, "It's raining. Everyone is rushing home. Only homeless people like us only want to squeeze in a corner. Hee hee." Yushu bent her legs and trembled as she buried her head in her knees. The wind blew hard and the rain swept into the bridge, falling on her body. Water droplets dripped down from her wet hair. She murmured in a low voice, but no one could hear her voice in the wind and rain. "I want to go home. Dad, Mom, Xiao Lei." The person who had been following Yushu stood on the opposite side of the bridge. He looked at Yushu, who was curled up under the bridge. Seeing the rain coming, she did not hide. His eyebrows under the bamboo hat slowly frowned. He was about to go to the bridge in the rain, but an oil paper umbrella snatched it from him. "Ashu." Chao Zixin walked under the bridge. He inadvertently glanced under the bridge and saw the person squatting there. He felt that the person looked familiar. When he walked closer, he felt that the person's figure was like the child he knew. Unfortunately, the person's hair was disheveled. He could not see the person's face clearly. Half of the person's body was in the rain, so he hurriedly opened the umbrella and squatted down to cover it. "Ashu. Are you there?" Seeing that the person did not respond, he hesitantly reached out his hand and gently placed it on the thin shoulder. He shook it. The next moment, he felt the person under his palm tremble. She raised her head, but, a pale and frail face, a pair of mischievous and smiling eyes, at this moment, were filled with tears. The blank and helpless gaze shocked him, but his heart did not suddenly tighten. Chapter 61. Chao Zixin met Yushu under the bridge. He didn't know what happened to her. He asked her, but she only called him a shopkeeper at the beginning. After that, she refused to speak. He looked at the rain getting heavier and heavier, so he took her home first. His home was not far from Changmen Street. It was a quiet alley with a small courtyard with 2 rooms. "We're here." The rain was still falling. Chao Zixin turned around and closed the door. He held an umbrella for Yushu with one hand. Half of his shoulder was already wet. On the other hand, Yushu, because she was under the bridge in the rain, she was not much better. After the door was closed, the figure standing not far away turned around and left. "This way." Chao Zixin opened the door and went in to light a candle. When he turned around, he saw Yushu was still standing outside. He called her, "Ashu, come in." Yushu lowered her head and walked into the house. When she stood inside the door, the clean floor under her feet was soon wet. Chao Zixin sighed and went forward to pull her sleeve. He took her to a chair in the hall and sat down. He went into the bedroom inside and came out after a while. He patted Yushu's shoulder and said, "I'll go boil water. You go in and change your clothes first. There are clean clothes on the bedside, which I haven't worn yet." Yushu moved and stood up. She looked around in a daze and then went inside the bedroom. When Chao Zixin saw her go in, he went out to boil water. Who would have thought that when he just walked to the door, he heard a heavy sound behind him. He quickly turned around and saw Yushu softly falling to the ground. "Ashu!" Chao Zixin leapt forward in 2 steps and bent down to help her up. He let Yushu lean against his chest and shook her. He called out to her several times, but there was no response. Only then did he know that she had fainted. He reached out to touch her forehead, but it was so hot that he withdrew his hand. Chao Zixin panicked for a moment before he calmed down. He picked her up from the ground and carried her up. Her weight was so light that he was startled. He carried her into the room and placed her on the bed. He did not mind her getting the mattress wet and even covered her with a blanket. He brushed aside her wet hair and gently touched her burning cheeks with the back of his hand. He frowned in worry before he picked up the umbrella and ran out. Leaving the main door unlocked, he went straight to the opposite door and knocked on it. "Big Sister Zhao. Big Sister Zhao. Open the door." After a while, someone came to open the door. It was the waiter of the wonton stall, "Big Sister Zhao, Zhao Hui." "Shopkeeper Chao, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered?" Chao Zixin pointed to the courtyard behind him and said, "Can I trouble you to look after someone for me? I'll go find a doctor." "All right, go quickly. I'll look after her." Zhao Hui closed the door without another word and walked towards his courtyard. Chao Zixin raised his hand to stop her. "Big sister," she was drenched in the rain. "Help her change her clothes. She's a young lady." Chao Zixin ran 3 blocks before he managed to find a doctor. Zhao Hui was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping Yushu's forehead. She also changed Yushu's clothes and bedding into clean ones. Yushu was lying facing the outside, and Zhao Hui had placed a soft pillow on her back. When Zhao Hui saw them enter, she hurriedly stood up to give way. Her expression was a little ugly. When the doctor sat down on the edge of the bed and took out a pillow to feel Yushu's pulse, she pulled Chao Zixin aside and whispered, "Shopkeeper, I think this young lady looks familiar. Is she the one who used to settle accounts in your shop?" Chao Zixin nodded hesitantly. "Yes, she is." Zhao Hui didn't have the time to be surprised that a young man had suddenly turned into a young lady. She grabbed him and anxiously asked, "How did you end up like this?" "Ah." Chao Zixin was puzzled. Zhao Hui thought that he didn't know the inside story, so she lowered her voice and said angrily, "Do you know that her back is injured? One look and you can tell that she was whipped. I don't know how much strength the person used to hit her. Her skin is almost torn and the scabs haven't even formed. She's also drenched in the rain. If she were to soak in the water for a night, her flesh would definitely rot." Chao Zixin was shocked and turned to look at the bed. He could only see Yushu's black head lying lifelessly on the bed. She looked indescribably pitiful. At that moment, the scene under the bridge appeared in his mind. She was about to cry, but she forced herself to hold it back. His heart tightened again, and this time, he couldn't suppress it. He secretly clenched his fists. It's all his fault. As Zhao Hui spoke, she didn't see any reaction from Chao Zixin. She raised her head and saw his gloomy face. Although she didn't know why his expression was so ugly, she unconsciously closed her mouth and didn't complain anymore. After the doctor's diagnosis, he listed out a lot of problems. Just when Chao Zixin was worried, the doctor gave him a reassurance. After confirming that Yu Shu wasn't in any danger, Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui both sighed in relief. Listening to the doctor's advice, Zhao Hui described the whip wound on Yu Shu's back. The doctor gave her some medicine. Chao Zixin paid the doctor a silver fee and sent him to the clinic. When he came back, Chao Zixin gave Zhao Hui a small bottle of wound powder and asked her to help wipe and bandage Yu Shu's wound. He then went to the kitchen to boil the medicine. Until midnight, Chao Zixin noticed that it was late. He said to Zhao Hui, "Big sister, it's so late. You should go back. I've troubled you tonight." Zhao Hui said, "Why don't I stay here tonight? It's not convenient for a man like you." Chao Zixin said, "How can I do that? You still have to do business tomorrow. How can you stay here all night?" Zhao Hui said, "It's fine. I won't starve if I don't go out for a day. How can you take care of a girl? I'll be alone when I go home. You don't need to be polite with me." Chao Zixin thought for a moment. It's more convenient for him to stay with Zhao Hui. So he didn't refuse and thanked her again and again. Zhao Hui waved her hand and touched Yu Shu's forehead. Her eyes were filled with pity. She whispered, "What happened to this child? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Chao Zixin turned to pour tea. "I don't know what happened. I met her on the road. I saw that she was confused, so I brought her back." Zhao Hui sighed, "I've seen the girl twice. She's so obedient and sensible. How can she be so pitiful? I really don't know who could be so cruel to hit her. Oh right, she has a younger brother. That day, he came to my stall to eat wontons. Who knew that when I went to clean up the dishes, he was gone? The soup was still there and I paid for it. It's just that." Chao Zixin stood by the bed and listened to Zhao Hui's nagging. He lowered his head and looked at Yu Shu without interrupting. After she finished, he said, "I'll go to the study room and bring the recliner over. Big sister can lie down when you're tired." After saying that, he left the house. Yu Shu had a dream. She dreamt that before everything happened, she was still Yu Jing. Yu Lei's leg wasn't broken in the disaster. He could still run and laugh. The two of them went to Phoenix Mountain and played for a whole day. When they were halfway down the mountain, she sprained her ankle. Yu Lei carried her down the mountain step by step. When they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, he suddenly said "thank you" to her. She asked him why he was thanking her. Yu Lei smiled and told her, "Sis, thank you for not complaining that my birth stole my parents' love. Thank you for secretly standing up for me after I was bullied. Thank you for getting up early every morning to fetch fresh milk for me. Thank you for secretly helping me write love letters to the girl I have a crush on. Thank you for not blaming me for making your first boyfriend leave. Thank you for persuading my dad to let me join the army behind my back. Thank you for secretly giving money to my comrade to treat his sister. Thank you for not blaming me for breaking my leg. Thank you for slapping me when I was at my lowest. Thank you for taking the burden of treating me by yourself. Sis. The most grateful thing in my life is being able to be your younger brother. Thank you." Then, she cried and laid on Yu Lei's narrow back. She wanted to tell him that she wasn't that good. However, Yu Lei suddenly turned into Yu Xiaoxiu. Then, she woke up. Yu Shu opened her eyes and touched the corners of her eyes. They were dry, but there were no tears. She really wanted to cry to her heart's content, but she couldn't cry. She would rather believe that this wasn't a dream, but that Yu Lei was telling her from another world that he had never been disappointed in her, and that she would always be his proudest and most good sister. She had to be strong and live well so that she wouldn't let down her family in another world. Yu Shu took a deep breath. She felt the discomfort all over her body and the pain on her back. She supported her upper body and sat up. Then, she looked around her surroundings. This was a small bedroom. There was a wardrobe, a bookshelf, and a round table. They were all formal furniture. They were painted. Unlike the small cottage she lived in the courtyard, there was a brand new quilt under her body. When she smelled it, it still had the fragrance of soap. It was clean and warm. She vaguely remembered that she was brought back by Chao Zixin under the bridge last night. Yu Shu looked down at the changed clothes on her body. She didn't scream, but frowned. It seemed that Chao Zixin knew that she was a girl. She didn't know if he would be angry at her for hiding it. "Oh, you're awake." Zhao Hui came in with medicine. Seeing Yu Shu sitting on the bed in a daze, she quickly put down the medicine and reached out to touch her forehead. "Aunt Zhao." Yu Shu's voice was a little hoarse. Her throat felt itchy when she spoke. Zhao Hui put down her hand. Seeing that Yu Shu could recognize people, she was relieved. She nodded and asked with concern, "Do you have a headache? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yu Shu felt a little uncomfortable under her overly concerned eyes. She licked her lips and whispered, "I want to drink water." "Then drink the medicine first." Zhao Hui picked up the medicine and was about to feed her. She blew on the spoon and put it to her mouth. She was very enthusiastic. Yu Shu quickly raised her hand to take it. "I'll do it myself." Zhao Hui handed the bowl to her in disappointment. Then, she remembered that she hadn't told Chao Zixin. She quickly got up and said, "I'll tell shopkeeper Chao that you're awake. Otherwise, he will call the doctor." Yu Shu nodded her head and drank the medicine in small sips. The bitter taste made her sober up. She turned her head and looked outside the window. The rain had stopped. Outside the window, she could vaguely see two figures talking in the yard. One was Zhao Hui, and the other should be Chao Zixin. Knowing that this was Chao Zixin's territory, Yu Shu felt a lot more at ease. She put down the medicine bowl and reached out to untie her clothes. She looked at the gauze wrapped around her body. She touched her back and frowned in pain. After checking her body, she just tied up her clothes. Then, she heard a voice outside the bedroom. "Ashu, it's me, Brother Chao. Are you feeling better?" Chapter 62. "Ashu, it's me, Brother Chao. Are you feeling better?" Chao Zixin's voice is just outside the door. Yu Shu hears it and feels relieved. It seems that Chao Zixin doesn't blame her for hiding the fact that she is a girl. But she was picked up by him from the roadside last night. Now she will inevitably feel uncomfortable when she meets him again. Fortunately, he stands at the door and doesn't come in. Yu Shu secretly clears her throat and replies, "I'm much better, Brother Chao. Thank you for bringing me back last night and for finding a doctor for me. Don't mention it. As I said, you can come to me if you need anything." Chao Zixin stands by the door with his hands behind his back. He politely doesn't look inside, which is different from the special situation last night. This time, Yu Shu doesn't know how to answer. If she gets along with Chao Zixin normally, she will play along with his words and make a joke. But now she is not in the mood to make fun of him. She is only thinking about what she should do next. She can't go back to the Ji family, she can't see Yu Xiaoxiu, and she doesn't know whether Master Qing Zheng knows her situation now. She doesn't have a copper coin on her peak. If she doesn't find a landlord to stay for the night, she may have to sleep under the bridge with beggars like yesterday. She doesn't know if Chao Zixin is willing to take her in for a few days. If it is not convenient for him to take her in, then she can only go to the plum forest in the east of the city to seek shelter from Master Jing Qin. Since then, she has exchanged money for him so that he can eat. Every now and then, she will go to the plum forest to make friends with him. Although Jing Chen's attitude towards her is lukewarm, he probably doesn't mind taking care of her for a few meals. As for Master Qing Jing, he is still eating and drinking in the Ji family, so it's better not to count on him. Chao Zixin waits for a while and doesn't hear anything in the room. He leans to the door and calls, "Oshu." Soon there is an answer in the room, "Brother Chao, can I discuss something with you?" "Speak." Yu Shu said shamelessly, "To tell you the truth, I was driven out by my family yesterday. You must know that I was beaten, so I can't go back home. There's no one else I can rely on. Can you take me in for a few days and let me stay here for a while?" It was quiet outside the door for a while. Yu Shu thought he was in a difficult position, so she quickly added, "I'm not staying here for free. I'm a hard-working person. I can clean the house, cook, and wash the clothes. I can also help with the work in your shop. I don't need your salary. I just want you to give me a place to live and let me eat." Her humble request is completely devoid of her usual arrogance. Chao Zixin doesn't like it. He holds the door frame and asks softly, "Oshu, is it convenient for you to tell me what happened in your family? Why were you driven out?" Yu Shu thinks about it. Since she is asking for help, it's not good to lie, so she tells the truth. "I have been hiding it from you before. I'm really sorry. In fact, my mother is a concubine of the third master of the Yi Shui Ji family in the city. I have a younger brother. We are not the third master's children. We remarried with my mother. Our life at home has been difficult. I secretly went fishing in our family's old lady's courtyard yesterday. I was caught in the morning. There was a burglary the night before yesterday, but the person was not caught. The Ji family just had nowhere to vent their anger, so they punished me heavily. They whipped me and drove me away." In the end, Yu Shu is a little silent. Now that she is in such a difficult situation, she really needs to reflect deeply on this matter. After coming to this ancient world, she has been too arbitrary. Relying on the fact that she is an adult, she has underestimated the system of this ancient society. She has never seriously studied the habits of the people here. She blindly follows her own likes and dislikes. But she has ignored that this is a place that is very different from the world she has lived in for more than 20 years. She needs to adapt to the environment, not let the environment adapt to her. Before she has the corresponding ability, standing out will only make her kowtow without bleeding. Since she is now living in this place, she must abide by the rules here. Last time, the 20 whips of the rattan didn't wake her up. This time, the whipping is a living, bloody lesson. If she continues to stubbornly go forward, she will have lived half of her life in vain. As Yu Shu speaks and reflects on herself, Chao Zixin listens at the door. He has a lot of thoughts. Hearing Yu Shu frankly say that she was caught for stealing fish and beaten by the Ji family, although he feels that her behavior is immoral, he mostly blames the Ji family for being too excessive. He has also heard of the precious 8 treasure fragrant carp. However, no matter how wrong this little girl was, before the Ji family drove her away, she still insisted on beating her up. Taking out their anger on a little girl is the Ji family's fault. If he didn't meet Yu Shu last night and let her stay in the heavy rain for a night with her injury, it is another matter whether Roy would still be alive or not. "Oshu, you are a girl. It is not appropriate for you to live with me. I will discuss with Sister Zhao and let you live with her first. What do you think?" "Yes, why not?" The answer comes from behind. Chao Zixin turns his head and sees Xiao Hui coming in with a bowl of soup. She says to him, "Go to the kitchen and watch the hot water. I will talk to her." Seeing that she agrees first, Chao Zixin is certainly very happy. He steps aside and lets her into the room. Yushu hears the conversation outside. She doesn't think that she will find the place so easily. When she sees Xiao Hui coming in, she says, "Auntie Zhao, you." Xiao Hui sat down on the edge of the bed. The bowl of wonton noodles in her hand was still steaming. She stirred the noodles with a spoon and said to Yushu, "I'm going to live alone. Don't worry, you can stay at my place for as long as you want. You should recover first before anything else. Come, eat while it's hot." When the fragrant wonton reaches her mouth, Yushu can't get used to the kindness of an elder. She swallows and whispers, "Thank you, Auntie Zhao." That morning, Yushu moved to Zhao Hui's house. The small courtyard is not as big as Chao Zixin's. There is only one room, a kitchen, a small vegetable field in the yard, and some seasoned coriander and pepper. There is also a nest of chickens. Chao Zixin carries the bamboo bed in his study to Zhao Hui's house and puts it in the bedroom. Zhao Hui insists that Yushu sleep in her bed. She lays a layer of mattress and sleeps on the bamboo bed instead. Yushu's fever has subsided. She doesn't need anyone to take care of her. Zhao Hui changes the medicine on her back again and nestles on the bamboo bed to catch up on sleep. Chao Zixin also goes back to rest. Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui don't help with business today. They both stay at home. In the evening, when Yushu wakes up, Zhao Hui actually slaughtered a chicken and stewed chicken soup for her to nourish her body. Yushu thinks that she has only met her twice. Although she is ashamed to accept such kindness, she doesn't refuse it. She just remembers this kindness and will repay it in the future. The next day, the whip wound on Yushu's back begins to scab. The medicine prescribed by the doctor is very effective, but Zhao Hui is worried that Yushu will have a scar on her back after she recovers. Zhao Hui also hears about what happened to Yushu. She thinks the same as Chao Zixin. She thinks that the Ji family is too ruthless. Yushu is an unmarried girl. She has to suffer from such a scab and has a scar on her back. If she is not angry, she may want to die. It is no different from killing someone. Zhao Hui is worried. She woke up early to change the medicine and draped the clothes over Yushu. She comforts her, "When the scab comes off, I will find some honey for you to apply. It can remove scars, and you don't have to worry about leaving a scar." Yushu is not too worried about leaving a scar on her body. She slowly puts on the clothes and turns to Zhao Hui, "Aunt Hui, I feel much better today. You don't have to accompany me at home. You can go out and do business." Zhao Hui chatted with Yushu for a while last night. She felt that calling her Aunt Zhao is not intimate enough. She happens to be a woman living alone, and there is no man in the house. So, she changed her address to Yushu and called her Aunt Hui. Zhao Hui sees that Yushu's complexion is good, so she nodded, "Okay, I will pack up and go out." Chao Zixin had closed the shop for the whole day yesterday. Today, he had also gone out to open the shop. He had come once in the morning to deliver half of the river crossing pancakes, and had a few words with Yushu at the door before leaving. As soon as Zhao Hui left, Yushu didn't stay in bed. She put on some clothes and got out of bed. She leisurely walked outside and walked around the courtyard for a while. A hen and a few chicks followed behind her, clucking and clucking. It seemed that they weren't afraid of strangers. After getting some fresh air outside, Yushu felt a lot better. She went back inside and was about to sit on the bed when she heard the sound of the door outside. She vaguely heard Chao Zixin's voice, so she went out to open the door. As soon as Lu Xuan tried to pull, she was pushed away from the outside. She took 2 steps back, but before she could stand firm, she was hugged tightly. Her back hurt so much that she gasped. Before she could push the person away, she heard the thing in her arms crying at the top of its voice, "Sister, woo-woo, sister." This crying sound is very painful, and Yu Shu's heart is in a mess. She wanted to slap Yu Xiaoxiu's head, but she fell on his back instead. She hugged him, and her eyes softened. She scolded in a low voice, "What are you crying for? Hurry up and hold it. I am not dead yet." Whoa. Her scolding made Yu Xiaoxiu cry even harder. A chuckle came from the other side. Yu Shu raised her head and saw Chao Zixin looking at her with a smile. His eyes are too gentle, and she doesn't know why she felt a little embarrassed. So she slapped Yu Xiaoxiu's head and said angrily, "All right, hurry up and let go of me. It hurts so much." Yu Xiaoxiu finally stopped the devilish sound piercing her ears and let go of Yu Shu. However, he still grabbed her arm and looked at her with tears in his eyes. Chao Zixin said, "When I went to open the shop this morning, he was squatting in front of my shop." His eyes looked back and forth between the siblings, and finally fell on Yu Shu's face. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he pointed out, "Your brother is very smart. He heard you mention it, and he knew to come to me." Chapter 63. Yu Xiaoxiu cried enough before he stopped. He grabbed Yu Shu tightly and refused to let go. Yu Shu knew that she had scared him by leaving without saying a word for 2 days, so she pulled him and tidied his hair. She asked, "What's wrong? You haven't had breakfast, right?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head. "I'm not hungry." Yu Shu looked at Chao Zixin. Chao Zixin got up and said, "I'll go find something to eat." After sending Chao Zixin away, Yu Shu moved closer to Yu Xiaoxiu and said softly, "Xiaoxiu, I've been driven out by the Ji family. Don't be silly. Go back to school and eat and drink. Don't break their rules again. Don't be driven out like me. Do you understand?" Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head and said firmly, "I want to be with you. You've been driven out. Why should I stay in their house? I'm not a member of their family. Don't be stubborn. Where are you going after leaving the Ji family?" Yu Shu scolded him in a low voice, "I'm living in someone's house now. It's embarrassing enough. Where are you going after leaving? Are you going to be like me and cause trouble for others?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked hesitant, but he still said stubbornly, "I can go out and work for others to earn money." Yu Shu sneered, "Do you think it's easy to earn money? Carrying sandbags at the estuary will only earn you 10 copper coins a day. You're so skinny that even the sandbags are heavier than you. What can you do outside?" I. Yu Shu softened her voice when he was speechless. "Didn't we agree to open a trading shop and live a good life? If you leave the Ji family, where can you learn trading? Just stay in the Ji family and learn more so that we can make plans in the future. Even if we don't live together, it's not like we can't see each other. But if you really leave with me, life will be hard. Xiaoxiu, I don't want to be separated from you, but I have no choice. Do you think I want you to stay in their house?" As she spoke, her eyes dimmed and she seemed to be on the verge of tears. She covered her face with her hands. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately panicked. "Sister, don't cry. I'll listen to you." Really? Yu Shu put her hand down and smiled again. She changed her expression like flipping a book. Yu Xiaoxiu knew he was fooled, but he couldn't go back on his words. He could only pout bitterly. After the siblings finished talking, Chao Zixin came in from outside. He was holding a bowl with leftovers from the morning and a bowl of hot egg soup. He said to the siblings embarrassedly, "I won't do anything else." The siblings didn't think anything was wrong. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. It would be strange if he knew how to cook. Yu Xiaoxiu had been hungry for 2 nights and was not picky about food at all. Besides, there was egg soup. He thanked Chao Zixin and started eating. After the meal, Yu Shu told Yu Xiaoxiu some things and asked Chao Zixin to send him out. She washed the bowl and went back to bed. Chao Zixin sent Yu Xiaoxiu out of the door. Seeing his sullen face, he wanted to coax him. Are you still worried when you see your sister? What are you unhappy about? Yu Xiaoxiu kicked the stones on the side of the road and said, You don't know. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't have been beaten and driven out. Chao Zixin was puzzled. Didn't you say she was caught for stealing fish? What does it have to do with you? Yu Xiaoxiu had something in his heart that he didn't tell Yu Shu just now. Now that someone asked him, he couldn't help but pour out his heart. We are not popular in the Ji family. I was often bullied. Last month, young Master Ji brought people to bully me. He tied me to a tree and beat me. My sister saw it. She got angry and fought with them. In the end, she injured young Master Ji and brought the matter to the old matriarch. The old matriarch didn't distinguish right from wrong and punished my sister with 20 rattan whips, all on her arms. Chao Zixin frowned. He had a worse impression of the Ji family. Yu Shu was lively and cheerful every day. He didn't expect her to live in such an environment. My sister was not convinced after she was beaten. She didn't eat well, so she got up in the middle of the night to steal the carp in old lady Ji's yard. When she came back, she made soup for me. We only ate 2 fish. I ate most of them. My sister ate 2 pieces of the fish tail with me. Yu Xiaoxiu said sourly. A child's heart was much more sensitive than an adult's. Yu Xiaoxiu was young and mature. He had accepted all the kindness that Yu Shu had shown him recently. In the past, Yu Shu didn't treat him well. Now that she was nice to him, the kindness was magnified. He looked at everything more carefully. The night before yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu said in a low voice, We came back from outside. We didn't have money to eat. I said I wanted to drink fish soup. She wanted to steal the carp again. In the middle of the night, she took me to steal fish. Unexpectedly, we met a thief and got us into trouble. My sister was caught. She only said that she did it alone. Yu Xiaoxiu finished his story intermittently. He turned to look at Chao Zixin in frustration and said, Brother Chao, my sister was kicked out because of me. She's a good person. Don't look down on her because of this. When Chao Zixin heard this story, he couldn't help but fall silent. The Yu Shu that he had come into contact with was mostly her quick-witted and active side. Now that he heard Yu Xiaoxiu talk about these stories that he didn't know about, he realized that there was another side to her. This feeling was very strange. When he had determined what a person was like and thought that he had seen through her, but then he realized that she was much richer than he had thought. The image of this person suddenly became deep in his heart, and it was no longer just a person that he admired. This kind of feeling caught him off guard. After a moment of silence, Chao Zixin raised his hand and patted Yu Xiaoxiu's head. He said in a serious tone, Stealing is wrong, but your sister didn't mean any harm. Strictly speaking, she didn't hurt anyone. Why would I look down on her? She's a good sister. But you have to remember that stealing is against the rules. No matter what you steal, whether it's to vent your anger or not, you can't do it again. It was the first time that Yu Xiaoxiu was touched on the head by someone other than his mother and Yu Shu. He felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to avoid it, but when he thought that Yu Shu still needed his care, he stiffly endured it. Hearing that his words were reasonable, he nodded and said, I got it. After sending Yu Xiaoxiu to the intersection of Changmenpu, Chao Zixin originally wanted to buy him some food, but Yu Xiaoxiu declined. He thanked him again and left alone. Chao Zixin didn't go back to the shop. He walked half a circle on the street and bought some snacks, flour cakes and other things that little girls like to eat. He returned home and took out a set of paper and a pen. He stood at the door of Zhao Hui's house and knocked on the door. After a while, Yu Shu answered the door slowly. "Brother Chao, why are you back again?" Yu Shu tilted her head and looked at Chao Zixin outside the door. He had just woken up from a nap. His hair was loose and a tuft was sticking up. His face was red and he looked confused and obedient. Chao Zixin looked away from her face, ignored the strange feeling in his heart, and handed the things in his hand to her. "It's not convenient for you to go out these 2 days. If you're bored, you can practice calligraphy at home. This is a calligraphy book. I bought some snacks. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Don't eat too much. Sister Zhao will come back to cook for you at noon." "Oh." Yu Shu took the things. Seeing that there were snacks to eat, she subconsciously licked her lips and looked up at him with a smile. Her mouth was red with small wounds. "Thank you." Chao Zixin turned his head and coughed. "You're not wearing much. Go back to the room. I'm leaving." Chao Zixin turned around and left. Yu Shu closed the door and carried her things back into the house. She opened the packet of snacks, broke off a piece, and stuffed it into her mouth. She savored the taste, took off her shoes, and lay on the bed. She thought about what she had dreamed of and went back to sleep. Yu Shu had been lying in bed for 4 days. When the wounds on her back were all hard, no matter what Zhao Hui said, she insisted that she would not stay at home anymore. These days of reflection were enough for her to sort out her mood and move towards her goal again. She just lay on the bed and ate other people's food and drink. This made her, who had always advocated self-reliance, unable to sleep well. As a result, Yu Shu became busy again. During the day, she helped Chao Zixin with the accounts and chores in the shop. In her free time, she learned to read and write. At noon and dinner, she would help Zhao Hui at her wonton stew stall. Yu Xiaoxiu came back to find her every day after school. Several times, he brought out the clothes she left in the yard and some change for her. The most important thing was that Yu Shu wrote a lot of feng shui brochures. Because they were written in simplified charcoal, Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't understand what they were. He just thought that she copied them from a book and didn't ask much. Chao Zixin originally wanted to pay Yu Shu as usual, but she tactfully refused. Yu Shu asked Zhao Hui. She estimated that Chao Zixin had spent more than 20 taels of silver to find a doctor and take medicine for her that day. If she was asked to take a copper coin from him again, she would be soft-hearted. She loved money, but she had a principle. She would never take money against her conscience. She would not take less than what she deserved, and she would not be greedy for what she didn't deserve. Just like that, another 3 to 4 days passed. Yu Shu suffered from no one to teach her. She could only use a method to calculate the weather and try to remind Zhao Hui, who was running the stall, to close the stall early on rainy days and prepare herbal tea on sunny days to attract more customers. However, she didn't have more ability to carry out the original plan. Just when she was about to lose her patience and ask Yu Xiaoxiu to find Daoist Qingjing, the old man found her first. "Give me a bowl of San Xian wonton noodles." At noon, Yu Shu was squatting by the bucket to help Zhao Hui wash the dishes. When she heard the voice, she turned her head and saw Qingjing, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, sitting at the table opposite her. His wrinkled face was so ugly that passers-by had to step back. Because Zhao Hui was facing him from the side, she didn't see his scary face. She buried her head in making wontons and answered, "Okay, please wait a moment." When Yu Shu saw Qingjing here, she was very surprised. She took a rag and went to wipe the table. She took the opportunity to talk to Qingjing in a low voice. "Master, How did you find me? Qin Zheng just raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Then he lowered his head to study the patterns on the short table. He looked completely unfamiliar, as if he didn't know her. Yu Shu was puzzled. She tried to talk to him a few more times, but the old man simply didn't look at her. She murmured in her heart, "Look at him, why does he seem to be angry? If I should be angry, it should be me, who was beaten and bullied. What's wrong with this old man? Xiao Yu, come and serve the noodles to the guest." Zhao Hui called. Yu Shu dropped the rag and put the bowl down in front of Qin Zheng. Seeing that he still ignored her, she had to pick up the rag and go back to wash the dishes. After a long time, she heard a cold snort. She quickly raised her head and saw that Qin Zheng, who had been treating her as heir, glared at her. He put down the money on the table and turned to walk to the opposite alley. Yu Shu curled her lips. She pressed the rag into the bucket and stood up to say to Zhao Hui and Huai, "I'm going to the toilet." Chapter 64. With Qin Zheng's teachings, Yu Shu followed Qin Zheng out of the bustling area of Changmenpu Street. They passed through 2 alleys and came to a quiet alley before Qin Zheng stopped. He suddenly turned around and stared at Yu Shu. The dry skin on his face was particularly frightening. But for Yu Shu, who had long been used to seeing this face, it was not enough to scare her. Yu Shu trotted forward and shyly said, "Master. Now you know you have a master. What were you doing before?" Qin Zheng angrily said, "Letting people beat and drive me away. Do you think I am a dead man?" Yu Shu choked and suddenly understood. Was he blaming her for not bringing him out when she was in trouble? "Master, didn't you say that we can't let people know our relationship? If I give you out, won't people know?" Qin Zheng looked at the little girl in front of him with a fierce face. He felt quite uncomfortable in his heart. On the one hand, he was happy that Yu Shu remembered his words and would rather be beaten than use him to get out of trouble. On the other hand, he was angry. This stinky girl didn't treat him as one of her own. Don't think that he didn't know. Seeing him with a black face and not saying anything, Yu Shu thought for a moment. She pulled her face and said with a sinister smile, "Hey hey. If you are willing to stand up for me, you should have said so earlier." "Okay. Then let's go back now. Master, help me." As she said that, she grabbed Qin Zheng's arm and dragged him away. He was dragged 2 steps away. Seeing that she trusted him, he felt much better. However, he still slapped her on the head. "Nonsense. You've already come out. Why do you still want to go back?" Yu Shu painfully pushed him away, covering the back of her head and said, "Then you are angry with me, but you don't want to stand up for me. Why are you looking for me?" Qin Zheng pulled up his sleeves and said, "If I don't look for you, should I let you waste your time outside?" Yu Shu turned her face away and didn't say a word. Qin Zheng saw her throwing a tantrum and stroked his beard. His tone couldn't help but improve. "All right. Wait for me here when it's dark. I'll take you somewhere else." Yu Shu lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Master. How did you find me?" Qin Zheng did not want to know what she was thinking and said, "You and I are connected. I knew where you were once I calculated. Why would I need to look for you?" "Sure enough," Yu Shu sneered, "Master. You're so capable, yet you didn't predict that I would be in trouble." Hearing this, Qin Zheng's expression changed slightly. He knew that this clever disciple was not so easy to fool. He sighed and said, "Don't blame me for hiding it from you. This is a tribulation that you deserve. I want to help you block it, but if I block this tribulation for you, there will definitely be an even greater tribulation waiting for you in the future. That would be harming you." Disciple, there's no harm in telling you something. Divination can indeed predict what will happen in the future, but it's hard to defy fate. If you avoid a disaster today, you'll get what you deserve in the future. Disaster can be avoided, but it can't be eliminated. You must remember this principle. Hearing this, Yushu was moved. She let go of her prejudice and silently pondered for a while. After a while, she raised her head and touched her face. She said to Qingjing embarrassedly, "Master, please don't blame me. I was rude just now." Qingjing saw that her eyes were clear and knew that she had understood something. He nodded to himself and thought that although this disciple's comprehension was not good, it wasn't that she didn't have it. "I calculated that someone will save you and your life won't be in danger, so I didn't rush to find you. You were beaten up, how are your injuries?" Only then did Qingjing show a little concern. "It's scabbed, and I'm still using medicine." Qingjing dug in his sleeve. He did not wear a Taoist robe today. He was wearing a gray and unlined robe. He didn't know where he found it. "Here, don't use any other medicine. Take this. Apply it every night before you go to bed." Yushu took the medicine bottle from him. She was curious. She opened it and smelled it. A bitter smell made her frown. Qingjing said, "I gathered the herbs at the last minute. I mixed 2 spices. It doesn't taste good. You can make do with it. Don't leave a scar. You'll cry in the end." Yushu held the medicine bottle and her heart warmed. She wasn't an ingrate. She just didn't want to be taken advantage of. In the past, she felt that Qingjing mostly used her. She was more guarded against him. But now, Qingjing treated her like this. But he was more sincere than before. Her heart grew warm. She made up her mind. She must respect him more in the future. "Thank you for your concern, Master." Qingjing did not know that Yushu had been bribed by a bottle of medicine. If she had known about his diligent teaching in the past few days, if she knew that his diligent teaching was more effective than a bottle of medicine, he didn't know if she would laugh or cry. As for the Ji family, Qingjing's withered eyelids flashed. He said softly, "People of the Tao don't like disputes. Since it's over, I won't pursue it. You should know that if they make things difficult for you and treat you harshly now, they will regret it in the future." Yushu only took his words as a comfort and smiled it off. But she was more curious about why Qingjing wanted to stay in the Ji family. The master and disciple agreed to meet at night. They parted ways in the alley. One wandered somewhere else, and the other went back to wash the dishes. Since Qingjing found Yushu, she began to catch chess pieces every night. During the days of accumulating knowledge, Qingjing got a house near Chongmen. It was secluded and happened to be only 1 street away from Zhao Hui and Chao Zixin's house. Zhao Hui set up a stall on the street at night. She would go home at 11 o'clock. Chao Zixin didn't spend time alone with Yushu at night because he was a man and a woman. From dinner to 11 o'clock, Yushu quietly went out to look for Qingjing. No one suspected anything. Occasionally, when it rained, she stayed at home to study. She didn't hide it from Chao Zixin and Zhao Hui. Because she came from the Ji family, they didn't find it strange. It was just that their attitudes were different. For practice, Yushu would calculate the direction of Zhao Hui's life every day. Zhao Hui didn't mind taking a few more steps to set up her stall, but her business was booming. Not much change could be seen. Just like that, half a month passed. Yushu mastered all the basic things and began to study the second rule. The time of disaster, as the name suggests, is the time of disaster. Everyone has misfortunes and blessings. Just like what Qingjing said. Using the Qimeng divination could only calculate a specific day. It couldn't be more detailed. This time, Yushu suffered a big loss in the Ji family. She had the idea of calculating the disaster carefully. Qing Zheng said that the disaster couldn't be avoided. But it wasn't unavoidable. If she could determine the time of disaster to a specific hour, she could avoid it more effectively. Even if the rule of rain was to calculate yes and no, to deduce whether it would rain or not. That was the law of time of disaster. It was the value of a function. Yushu didn't just want to calculate it. Yes and no. She also wanted to use this value, combined with what she knew about Yili, to analyze the disaster that would happen at a specific hour. It was the master. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Even if it was a man-made disaster, how could she use feng shui to deal with it? Because people were involved. She needed to use the 8 characters of birth. The complexity of this rule was far beyond the rule of rain. Yushu lacked experience that far surpassed Qing Yu's law. Qing Jing could make up for it. But in the process, she needed to use a knife to verify it. Qing Jing couldn't help her. She didn't even know her own 8 characters of birth. How could she find someone to record her bad luck? Even if she found someone, she couldn't wait to record it day by day. Yushu had only started to calculate for 2 days. She was so worried that her mouth was full of blisters. At night, after grabbing the chess pieces, she told Qing Jing about her troubles. She said that she wanted to think about man-made disasters, but she couldn't find any examples. Qing Jing didn't suspect anything. He gave her a clear path on the spot. There is a Vientiane street in the east of the city. There are several Yili shops with a library on the first floor. There are records in it, which record the 8 characters of birth and man-made disasters. You can go and take a look. Yushu was happy and said, "Do I need to spend money?" Qing Jing said, "If I don't spend money, do you want to read it for free?" Yushu's face fell. She glanced at Qing Jing and called out fawningly, "Master." Qing Zheng's eyelids twitched. "What?" Yushu said shyly, Please lend me some money." Qing Jing shook his head, "I don't have money." Yushu didn't believe him. "You are so capable, how can you not have money?" Qing Jing waved his hand, "I don't accept money. What's the point of being greedy? I just need food and clothing. I originally had 10 taels of silver, which I used to rent this house." Yushu finally believed him and said dejectedly, "Your disciple is poor." "I didn't expect Master to be poor too. A penny stumped a hero." She only had a dime of silver and 23 copper coins. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to touch the cover of the book in the shop. Qing Jing reached out and knocked her head, "If you have nothing else, then go. It's annoying to talk all day." Yushu smiled and said goodbye to him. She took the book and ran away. It would be hard to explain to Zhao Hui if she returned late. One morning in early April, Yushu asked for leave from Chao Zixin and told Zhao Hui. She got up early and dressed as a man, planning to go to Vientiane Street. Pressing on the door of life, she went out and walked 100 steps to the east. She took 2 turns to change her luck before turning back to the main road. When the sun rose, she searched her memory and found the Vientiane Street which she had only been to once. She carried all her belongings. To avoid bumping into the Ji family, Yushu deliberately went to the East Street. The Ji family's Yili shop was on the shorter West Street. The East Street was the territory of the Kong family and the Liu family's Yili shop. Because she had been to the Kong family's Yili shop once, Yushu was familiar with the place. She walked around the door and wanted to go to the second floor. However, she was stopped by 2 boys at the door. They told her that she needed to buy a pass from downstairs to enter the library on the second floor. Yushu went to the counter and asked. She learned that a pass cost 10 taels of silver. It was so expensive that she could only leave. She left the Ely shop and stood at the door. She enviously looked at the big tripod that people kept putting money into. She looked around and was about to go to the Liu family's Ely shop to try her luck. However, she found that there was a two-story building with yellow tiles on the opposite street. There was a square board with the word E on it. It was very busy going in and out. What was that place? Chapter 65. When Yushu heard that shout, she was 80% sure that it was coming from somewhere. She tiptoed and looked inside. In the spacious and bright hall, there were groups of people standing in groups, shouting one after another, accompanied by the clattering of coins. It was very noisy. While Yushu was walking inside, she felt strange. As far as she knew, gambling had been strictly forbidden since the Yuan dynasty of the Song dynasty, so how could this gambling house be openly opened on the street? Could it be that the Dan dynasty didn't prohibit gambling? Walking back and forth in the middle of the hall, Yushu was sure that this was a big gambling house. There were more than 10 tables, and most of them were gambling on dice and playing Pai Gao. Yushu was very interested in things related to numbers. When she was in university, she had a private conversation with a professor about this business, so she could recognize these ancient gambling tools. After walking around in the middle of the hall, she was not interested and walked to both sides. There were more people around the gambling stalls on both sides of the wall. There were many people looking up at the wall on the east side, and there were many people holding compasses in their hands under the west wall. What? Compasses. Yushu looked at the west side a few more times. When she was about to go there, she was pushed to the east side by a group of people. There was a row under the east wall, but there were no dice or dominoes. The wall was divided into several areas. In some areas, there were many long yellow signs, and in some areas, there was a large piece of white paper with words written on it. There was a row of tables along the wall, and there were several people standing on the high cabinet behind it. The sound of abacus was heard in the crowd. What was going on? Yushu quickened her steps and walked towards the tables with white paper pasted on the wall. She was blocked by the crowd. She tiptoed and looked around for a while, but couldn't see anything. Just as she was about to squeeze in, she saw a waiter ringing a bell on a high shelf and shouting, "Place your purchase." Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, come open. The people around the table all took a step back. Yushu raised her head and saw the waiter waving to the back. Immediately, another waiter went up to the high cabinet and pasted another piece of paper next to the large piece of paper on the wall. On it was a series of numbers written in traditional characters. There was a commotion on both sides, and the spectators were discussing, did anyone win? Did anyone win? Whoever got hit, just tell us first. Mr. Pei won again. Or Mr. Song. Yushu, who was standing behind the crowd, could not see what was happening in front of her. After a while, the bell rang again, and the shop assistant who rang the bell shouted again, "No one in," by a sign and reopen it. With a whoosh, the crowd dispersed to both sides. Yushu spotted a person who was trying to squeeze out and pulled him back. She politely asked, "Big brother, what are they betting on here?" This man was just a spectator, and did not lose any money, so his expression was not bad. He smiled at Yushu, and pointed to the gambling table in the middle, "Little brother, this is your first time here. If you want to play, you should go over there. This E-district is not a place for you to play." E-district. Yushu was suspicious, and said politely, "I'm not here to play, I'm just here to watch the fun." "Brother, tell me about it." The man looked at Yushu's obedient face, and became more patient. He turned around and pointed to the white paper pasted on the wall behind the high cabinet, and said, "Do you see this? This piece is for the number of bets. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, we start a round, and if you can solve the question on it, and solve it correctly, you win. Yushu squinted her eyes to look at the nearest piece of white paper, and saw that it was clearly written in bold black characters. I only heard that the people next door get silver, I don't know how much silver. Han people, 7 taels for the beauty, 7 taels for the loss, and half a caddy for each person. Let me ask you, those who are good at math, how much silver do you get? Yushu was stunned. Wasn't this a math question? How could this be used to bet? Yushu was puzzled, and continued to ask, then how do we calculate the money if we win? The man pointed to the other side. Do you see that? There's a change of tiles, a pair of tiles with a number engraved on the back. Take the red tile and go up to calculate. There's a pen and paper on the table, and after you're done calculating, use the red tile and the black tile. If you win, go up to collect it, and someone will call the number. Sigh, just now, there were more than 50 tiles. If someone wins, they can earn at least 5 taels of silver. What a pity. 5 taels. Yushu's throat was dry, and she swallowed her saliva. Looking at the question on the wall, it was as if she saw a pile of shiny silver waving at her. This question was not easy to solve, just set 2 unknowns, and it would be done. The man saw that Yushu's eyes were shining and smiled. Why, little brother, are you interested in betting? Yushu suppressed her surprise, and shook her head, and said with a silly smile, I'm just looking. The man nodded and said, this is the place where the Yishui teachers in the city come to try their hand. It doesn't depend on luck, and you can't follow the wind. You can go around by yourself. I'm leaving. Yushu said goodbye to him, and watched him walk away. She was not in a hurry to buy tiles, but squeezed to the front of the crowd, and carefully observed a few rounds of betting. 10 taels of silver per round. She only had 1 chance, and she must not be careless. She decided to observe the situation first. 5 rounds were played, and 3 of them won, and 2 of them missed. Those who won varied in number, those with fewer won, and those with more won had it all to themselves. Those with more won had it all to themselves, and those with more won had it all to themselves. If they didn't win, the banker would take it all. Every time they bet on a red tile, there would be a yellow wooden tile next to the white paper with the calculation question written on it, which was considered to be a fair announcement of the bet. Yushu understood the process, and calculated a few more questions. She was secretly glad that she did not blindly bet on the tiles just now. The questions posted by the banker could not be solved just by counting and counting. Among them, there were 2 questions that were the product and division of several multi-digit numbers. Without an abacus, Yushu was not confident that she could get one right. If she had known earlier, she would have brought an abacus. Yushu regretfully looked at another failed round, and the clerk on the high counter cleared away more than 30 yellow tiles on the wall. She licked her lips, turned around, and walked to the counter selling tiles. She took out a small silver from her waist, bought a pair of tiles, and squeezed to the front. At the front, it was much more relaxed than at the back. The traders were more well-behaved than ordinary gamblers. They stood at the table and did not push each other. Each person guarded a spot, calmly looking up and waiting for the question to be asked. They did not disturb each other. There were more onlookers than those who actually bet. The bets were different from others. The bets were all on the table, written by each person, and there was no phenomenon of people following the crowd to bet. The 18th round, the bet for the new tiles has been made. Gentlemen, please come forward. Those who bet on the tiles, those who don't, please leave. Yushu looked up at the new question posted on the wall, and secretly said that she was lucky. It was a solution question, so there was no need for an abacus. She took a piece of paper from the long table, but did not use the brush on the table. Instead, she took out a charcoal pencil from her pocket, leaned on the table, and covered the formula with one hand to avoid suspicion. After calculating, she stuffed the paper into her sleeve, dipped the brush in ink, and rewrote the answer stroke by stroke on a piece of paper. When she was done, she used the red tile to cover it. She was not in a hurry to hand it over. She waited for the people on both sides to finish the calculation before calling for the waiter. After a while, she heard the bell ringing, and the bet was made. Yushu followed the crowd and took 2 steps back. Looking at the yellow tiles hanging on the wall, she thought to herself, one more. The tile didn't stop until it reached 32 yuan. Yushu was excited. It should be known that this was 3 taels, which was equivalent to a day's profit in Chao Zixin's shop. If she won, it would be 32 times more. The 18th round, 2 people won, number 22 Lu, number 7. Yushu looked down at the black tile in her hand. It was number 7. Hearing that 2 people won, she was a little depressed. Then she thought that it was better this way. The big prize for a few people won would inevitably attract jealousy. Even so, when Yushu, the young man, followed a middle-aged man to win the bet, there was still a lot of noise. The one in front, who won? Mr. Pei won. There's a kid with yellow hair who also won. Tisk tsk, at such a young age, could he be a disciple of some family? Maybe he was just lucky. Tisk, if you have the ability, go and try. Hee, I don't have that ability. Yushu's ears are very sharp. When she hears the discussion behind her, she knows that she has attracted the attention of others. She takes the tael of silver and returns to the crowd. She accepts the gazes of the people around her. She hesitates. She has only won once and people are already paying attention to her. If she wins a few more times, will she attract too much attention? But if she didn't gamble, where would she find 10 taels of silver to enter the great exchange store's library? With this thought, Yushu made up her mind. She squeezed to the place where the tokens were sold and calculated in her heart. She painfully took the tael of silver and bought 10 pairs of tokens in one go. She returned to stand in front of the long table. Yushu was a little more cautious. In the following rounds, she placed bets on every round. If she met someone who needed to use an abacus, she would just write down a rough number. She did not calculate it in detail. If she met someone who was more accurate, she would look around and see that there were many people placing their bets. After 10 rounds, she won 5 times and missed 5 times. She won twice and won 3 times. Look, that young master won again. He has won 4 or 5 times already, right? That's nothing. Mr. Pei won 7 times this morning. How is that the same? How old is this young master? How can he be compared to Mr. Pei? Yushu stuffed the last tael of silver and tael into her pocket. She was sweating from the heat and her face was flushed with excitement. These questions were not difficult at all. She was excited about the taels of silver in her pocket. It was more than 11 taels of silver. She had been in Dan Dynasty for almost 2 months. This was the first time she had so much money. She did not count the beads she helped Jing Chen sell last time. That was other people's money. This was her own money. Listening to the discussions around her, Yushu turned her head and looked at Mr. Pei who won the same game as her. She secretly rejoiced that there was such an experienced player here to steal her limelight. Pei Jing was also sizing up Yushu. He had only come here to have some fun this morning. Who would have thought that he would meet such an opponent? Although he had won 2 more rounds, his age was still there. Compared to a teenager, he did not feel that winning 2 rounds was something to be proud of. Hearing the bystanders gossiping that this young man might be a young master of the Yi sect, he didn't think much of it. If he really was a disciple of the Yi sect, why would he come to this kind of place to play? The Yi sect was very strict and the opposite was the Kong sect's Yi sect. If someone saw him and informed his family, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned. If he was not from the Yi family, then he was worthy of his attention. Pei Jing saw Yu Shu squeezing out of the crowd. He hesitated for a moment and followed her. Chapter 66. In the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's Kong Yi House, Yu Shu was holding a handful of silver pieces. She looked at the pass to the second floor in the hands of the servant opposite her. She made up her mind and gave the money to the servant. Holding the ticket, Yu Shu finally entered the library on the second floor. It was lunchtime, so there was no one upstairs. The big room was filled with bookshelves of different heights. There was a strong aroma of inkwood floating in the air. No one spoke upstairs, only the sound of footsteps could be heard. Yu Shu took a book nearby and flipped through it. Most of them were articles related to Yi Shui. Because they were ancient, she couldn't understand them, so she put them back. He looked around and saw an old man standing under a bookshelf in front of him. He seemed to be very knowledgeable. She went to ask for advice. Sure enough, she found the right person. The old man listened to the type of books she mentioned and thought for a moment. Then he led Yu Shu and said, "Follow me." Under a row of bookshelves near the window, the old man bent down and rummaged for a while. He took out a thick book and gave it to her. "Do you want this?" Yu Shu took it and looked at it for a while. Her eyes shone brighter and brighter. She nodded in surprise and said, "Yes, thank you." This thick book was more than 100 pages. It was a record of natural and man-made disasters. For example, in a certain year, a certain place and a certain county suffered a drought. In a certain year, a certain person fell from a horse at a certain time. In a certain year, a certain person fell from a horse at a certain time. In a certain year, a certain person was born with a serious illness. All these were recorded in detail. It was more detailed than what Yu Shu needed, which made her feel that the 10 silver pieces were not spent in vain. If you want to buy a book, find a servant downstairs to pay the bill. If you want to make a copy, go there to buy a pen and paper. The old man left after saying this. Yu Shu held the book and turned to find a servant. After asking the price, she decisively went to the direction the old man pointed to buy paper and prepare to make a copy. A book costs 15 silver pieces. She wanted to buy it. She couldn't go to the gambling house today. There were too many shady things going on in that kind of place. She couldn't help but be cautious. Yu Shu spent a dime to buy a dozen rattan papers and found a table by the wall. She lay down and began to flip through the book. After skimming through about 10 pages, she took out a charcoal pen and copied the content she needed. She didn't even eat lunch. She just sat there and copied for 2 hours until she was so hungry that she couldn't hold the charcoal pencil in her hand anymore. She wiped her hands and closed the book, rubbed her neck, and looked up. She saw someone sitting opposite her flipping through a book. It was Mr. Pei from the casino. Yu Shu glanced at him. He noticed it and raised his head to smile at her. Yu Shu smiled back. She was on guard. She packed her things and went to return the books. Shoved it at the bottom of the shelf so that no one would buy it. She went downstairs. But when he heard footsteps behind him, he turned around. She saw Mr. Pei coming out behind her. Mr. Pei's clothes were very particular. He had a silver crown on his head and wore a green robe. His sleeves and lapels were embroidered and covered with a layer of muslin. His belt was fastened with a jade buckle and a perfume pouch ring. He even wore a shiny thumb ring on his finger as he leaned against the stairs. He looked like a rich man. In the corridor, their eyes met again. Pei Jing said, "Young master, please wait. I am Pei Jing, the deputy manager of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. I met you in the gambling house just now. I wonder if I can invite you to have a pot of tea and exchange some mathematics. Pei Jing thought that he was a young man. Now that she had revealed her identity, the young man would definitely do her a favor. Unexpectedly, Yu Shu rejected him. I'm sorry, Mr. Pei. I have something to do later. Pei Jing had seen countless people and it was not difficult for him to hear that Yu Shu was making an excuse. He also saw that her face was a little guarded. He looked outside and said in a low voice, Young master, you don't know, but you just won 5 rounds in the gambling house and have already been targeted. There are a few villains waiting for you outside. If you don't have anyone to rely on and you are followed by them, they will definitely threaten you to help them gamble. If you don't agree, you will inevitably suffer. Yu Shu was secretly frightened. She had been careful and held back a few tricks. She did not expect that she would still be targeted. Yu Shu's silence confirmed Pei Jing's suspicions. This outstanding young man was unorthodox and had no family. I still have some reputation. If you come with me, those lowly people will have some misgivings and won't make things difficult for you. Young master, are you willing to drink a pot of tea with me and have a chat? Yu Shu looked at the good-natured middle-aged man in front of her. She thought for a while. Then she nodded and agreed to go with him. The commerce of the De and dynasty is prosperous. In order to better occupy the market, distribute resources, and exchange what they need, merchants with shops and suppliers with resources have joined together. Thus, a few civil commercial organizations have been born. These organizations are called Chambers of Commerce. The Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce is the largest one in Yiyang City. It is also one of the most famous chambers of commerce in the south. These large chambers of commerce are the economic backbone of every region. They control the trade of grain, oil, cloth, salt, sugar, horses, and other important goods. Antiques. Although the trade of jewelry and other luxury goods is regulated by the imperial court and has to pay a large amount of tax every year, they enjoy preferential treatment that small merchants cannot enjoy. In terms of status, they are a level higher than others. Pei Jing was the deputy manager of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce in Yiyang City. He was born in a merchant family. When he was young, he learned At the age of 20, he was recommended to become a fortune teller. A few years ago, he passed the Diyan examination in the capital. He was highly respected by his peers. When he was close to 40, he successfully occupied a position among the managers of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce itself does not make a profit. But every month, it needs to handle a large number of accounts. As one of the deputy managers of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce, Pei Jing is most praised for his ability to calculate. A quarter of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce's accounts have to go through his name. In order to prevent any shops from falsifying their accounts and reporting their profits and losses, the Chamber of Commerce will often hire some experienced accountants. Last month, an accountant who worked at the Yiyang Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce returned to his hometown. Pei Jing asked around but could not find a suitable candidate to replace him. As a fortune teller, he had high standards. In his opinion, a good accountant was not a good one. What he wanted to find was a fortune teller who could learn and put to use. Today, at the gambling house, he secretly paid attention to Yu Shu. When he found that the 5 questions she won were all practical questions, he couldn't help but be excited. He also noticed that she did not have any family background. She was still young, so he wanted to train her to be his subordinate. So, he followed her to the Kong family's trading house. If he was interested in this talented young man at the beginning, then when he saw her using the 10 taels she won to buy the Kong family's book tablet and copying books upstairs, he was very interested. If he remembered correctly, this young man won 5 rounds in the gambling house in the morning and won a little more than 11 taels. He knew that she had planned to buy the book tablet, so she did not gamble too much. She only won what she deserved and then stopped. This showed that this young man was careful, not greedy, and knew when to advance and when to retreat. So, he patiently accompanied Yushu in the library for the whole afternoon. When she was about to leave, he went to talk to her. In a tea house a little far from the Kong family's trading house, Pei Jing and Yushu sat down and ordered 3 kinds of tea and a pot of Biluakan tea. Pei Jing poured tea for the 2 of them. Yushu took a small sip and went to eat the tea. Because she had eaten the food of others, she cooperated and answered Pei Jing's question, "Young master, what is your surname?" "My surname is Yu." "I see that Mr. Yu is young, but you are very good at arithmetic. May I ask how many years you have been studying arithmetic?" "A few years." If she really counted from elementary school, she had at least studied for more than 20 years. "Is the abacus working?" "Yes." "Can you read?" "Yes." After studying for more than a month, she could read and write the commonly used traditional Chinese characters. "I saw you reading in the library of the trading house just now. Could it be that you have also dabbled in the study of E?" Arithmetic was included in the study of E, but the study of E that was commonly referred to was a higher level of knowledge. "I just like it and am just reading," Yushu said vaguely. Pei Jing was very good at reading people's expressions. He knew that Yushu did not want to say more, so he changed the topic. "Mr. Yu, have you heard of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce?" Yushu shook her head. Pei Jing smiled bitterly to himself. He had originally planned to use the reputation of the chamber to gain her trust, but now it seemed that it would not work. Tihin is the largest chamber of commerce in Yang City. It has a very good reputation. If you have any old people in your family or know of businessmen, you will know it immediately. Yushu did not know much about ancient chambers of commerce, so she did not think it was powerful just by listening to Pei Jing. She did not know that the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce in Yang City was respected by the Kong, Ji, and Lu families. "I am ignorant and inexperienced. Please don't laugh at me, Mr. Pei." Yushu ate a few snacks and drank a cup of hot tea. After her stomach felt better, she asked bluntly, "May I know why you are looking for me?" Pei Jing was waiting for her to ask, so he answered unhurriedly, "I am looking for Mr. Yu to come to our Chamber of Commerce and help me manage some accounts. I will pay you some money every month. Would you be willing?" Yushu stared blankly. Only now did she realize that this person wanted to recruit her. She could not help but feel that this person was being too hasty. She said, "Mr. Pei, forgive me for speaking bluntly. Your family is such a large chamber of commerce. If you really wanted to find an accountant, how could it be a child like me? Moreover, do you think that at my age, I would know how to manage accounts?" Pei Jing smiled. In his heart, he had a good impression of Yushu's straightforwardness. He said, "Mr. Yu may not be that old, but your ability to calculate is not bad. I have been calculating for all these years, so I will not make a mistake in this aspect. Many of the accountants in Yang City belong to families. It is not easy to find a good accountant. If you are willing, I can guide you into the profession." Accounting is not difficult, as long as you have the heart to learn. How about this? If you agree, I will first accept you as an apprentice. Every month, I will pay you 2 taels of silver. After you finish my apprenticeship, I will give you 5 taels of silver every month. Pei Jing had a good plan. He said that this 1 month was also a period of observation for Yushu. If Yushu could not satisfy him, then he could resign. It would only be a waste of 2 taels of silver and some energy. Hearing this condition, Yushu was a bit tempted. 5 taels of silver a month was considered a high income among the commoners in Yang City. Although she had won more than 10 taels of silver this morning, gambling was not a proper way to earn money. It was fine to occasionally earn some extra money, but how could it be a proper livelihood? She originally had the idea of making a fortune in business to pave the way for her future shop. If she could study in the Chamber of Commerce for a period of time, it would definitely be helpful for her to understand the ancient business market. If this Mr. Pei did not lie to her, the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was a good place to go. As for learning accounting, that was her old profession. In terms of accounting skills, she could boast shamelessly that she was 500 years ahead of the ancient people. At that time, she only needed to pretend to learn from him for a month, and then become a regular employee. Seeing that Yu Shu was tempted, Pei Jing added fuel to the fire. If you work in my Chamber of Commerce, you will be guaranteed by my Chamber of Commerce. Occasionally going to the gambling house to play is harmless. For the sake of the face of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, no one will make things difficult for you. This fire accountant added fuel to the fire. For Yu Shu, who had no one to rely on, this was exactly what she wanted. Mr. Pei, let me go back and ask my family. I will give you an answer tomorrow. How about it? Pei Jing was 80% sure that Yu Shu would agree, so he generously said, tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at this tea house. Then, I will leave first. Chapter 67. At dusk, Shishu was carrying a kilo of meat and a few packets of pastry under her armpit. On her way back, when she passed by a secluded alley, she found that someone was following her. She remembered Pei Jing's warning in the Kongzi house and became vigilant. Why was there still someone following her? Could it be that they did not give up when they saw her and Pei Jing together? The footsteps behind her suddenly became hurried. Seeing that the alley was in front of her and the bustling market outside, Yu Shu, who was walking slowly, suddenly ran forward with a piece of raw meat in her hand. There was also a series of footsteps behind her. Someone was indeed chasing her. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Her eyes lit up. She ran out of the alley, ignoring the soft groans behind her. Like a fish, she slipped into the crowd and ran towards the bustling Changmenpu street. She did not even dare to look back, so she did not see that a moment after she ran out, a tall figure wearing a bamboo hat strolled out of the alley and quietly watched the direction in which she disappeared. In the alley, beside a muddy ditch, there were two people lying motionless in a puddle of water. A rough dagger fell beside the wall. In the Mianzhai, Chao Zixin was sorting out the papers on the bookshelf that were messed up by the customers. He saw a figure rushing in from the corner of his eyes. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu in a blue shirt with a headband on her forehead, leaning on the counter and panting. He quickly put down the things in his hand and walked over to ask, "What happened? Why did you run in such a hurry?" Yu Shu swallowed her saliva and handed over the raw meat in her hand to him. She said with uneven breath, Just now someone chased me. Fortunately, I ran fast." Phew. Chao Zixin frowned and said in a low voice, "Who was chasing you?" Yu Shu put the pastry under her armpit on the counter and sat on the high stool behind the counter. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. She wiped her mouth and waved her hand. "It's okay, just a few thieves." "Oh, by the way, Brother Chao, have you heard of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce?" Chao Zixin was still thinking about who was chasing her. When she asked about the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, he did not have much reaction. He just casually said, "It is the largest chamber of commerce in Yang City. Several big commercial firms in the city have a part in it. It has a good reputation." Yu Shu turned the cup in her hand and asked, "Have you heard of a deputy manager called Pei Jing? He is a bit older than 40 years old and is very good at calculating." "You are talking about Mr. Pei?" Chao Zixin was attracted by her words. He went behind the counter and put the meat on the nail on the table. He said, There are only 5 great fortune tellers in Yang City. Pei Jing is one of them. What is that? Yu Shu heard a new word. Chao Zixin explained, in order to select talents from the field of Yi, the imperial court holds a Diyan examination every 3 years in the capital. Among the subjects of Yi, there is the field of mathematics. Those who rank in the top 100 will be crowned as the great master of arithmetics. Those who rank in the top 3 will be crowned as the master of arithmetics. There is also the field of astrology and feng shui. Those who rank in the top 2 will be crowned as the great master of arithmetics. That impressive. It was not the first time Yu Shu heard of the imperial court's great Yen examination. But it was the first time she knew that there were so many subjects involved. There is something even more impressive. Chao Zixin's eyes brightened. He said with admiration, if someone can pass the top 3 in all 3 subjects, he will be respectfully called fortune teller. The name will be added by the emperor himself. However, it is very rare to pass the top 3 in all 3 subjects. In the past 100 years, there have only been 2 people. One was Qingyang fortune teller 60 years ago, and the other was Yunhua fortune teller 20 years ago. These 2 people are outstanding in the field of Yi. They are really able to judge life and death and determine fortune and misfortune. It is a pity that they are short-lived and gone with the passing of time. Yu Shu listened attentively. She could not help but ask curiously, why do you say they are short-lived? Chao Zixin sighed and said, back then, Yunhua fortune teller and the late imperial princess royal were fated to be together. However, not even 2 years after their marriage, the imperial princess royal died of illness. Yunhua fortune teller actually died together with her. Their story is sighed by future generations. There is even a touching love story here. Yu Shu smacked her lips and said, this Yunhua fortune teller is a person who values relationships. Chao Zixin nodded. He probably felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. He laughed and said, I have told you so much, but you still haven't told me why you want to ask about Pei Jing of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. Yu Shu scratched her chin, I met him today. He invited me to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to help him with the accounts. Chao Zixin said in surprise, he asked you to help him with the accounts. Yu Shu could hear the disbelief in his words. She pretended to be displeased and said, can't he look for me like this? Chao Zixin shook his head, I mean, why did he invite you? Do you know him? I just met him today. Yu Shu thought for a moment. She told him about the gambling in the morning and how she got to know Pei Jing. When she finished, she noticed that Chao Zixin's expression was not good. Brother Chao. Chao Zixin endured it, but in the end, he could not help but scold. You are a girl, why did you go to that kind of place? This was the first time she saw the good-tempered Chao Zixin angry, so Yu Shu shrunk her neck. She knew that she was rash today, so she said in a weak voice, how would I know that it was a gambling house? I only found out after I went in. I saw people gambling, and I know how to solve the questions, so I gambled a few times. I didn't dare to win too much, but I didn't expect that I would be targeted. If someone else was angry with her, she might not care, but Chao Zixin was different. This person helped her when she was in the most difficult time. He helped her time and time again. She did not say much, but her heart was full of gratitude. She called him Brother Chao with sincerity. Chao Zixin frowned. He remembered that she ran back in a hurry. You said that there were people chasing you because of this? Yu Shu nodded and said with dissatisfaction, that Mr. Pei said that if I was with him, those rascals would not make things difficult for me. Who would have thought that they would still target me? It seems that he does not have that big of a face. Seeing that she did not reflect on herself and blamed others, Chao Zixin said impatiently, don't go to that kind of place in the future. Next time you go to Wanshang Street, call me. Oh. Yu Shu agreed on the surface, but no one knew what she was thinking in her heart. I am going to clean up the shop and close the shop. I will take you to Aunt Huai's place to eat wonton later. Chao Zixin said. Since Yu Shu began to call Zhao Hui Aunt Huai, he also followed suit. He had just turned 20 this year, and Zhao Hui was 12 years older than him, so it was not wrong to call her that. Let me help you. Yu Shu jumped down from the stool, but she did not expect that her legs would soften, and she fell forward. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed Chao Zixin's waist from behind and hit her forehead on his waist. Ah! The weather in April was very warm. Chao Zixin only wore 2 unlined clothes, and 2 slender arms were hanging on his waist. That soft moan and scorching breath blew on his back through his clothes, as if something was scraping his heart, causing his body to stiffen. He lowered his head and reached for his waist. When he was about to touch the 2 slender white wrists that were exposed from the sleeves, the person behind him pulled away first. Hearing Yu Shu's moan, he then realized that he had lost his composure just now. Brother Chao, is your back made of stone? I almost died from the impact. Yu Shu held the counter and straightened her back. She lowered her head and rubbed her forehead, complaining in a low voice. Chao Zixin coughed and said, "Sit down and wait for me." Okay. Yu Shu responded. After waiting for Chao Zixin to go around and put up the door, she put down her hand on her forehead and revealed a hot red face. She turned her head and peeked at Chao Zixin's straight back. She secretly scolded herself for her embarrassing behavior just now. After closing the shop, it was just getting dark. Chao Zixin and Yu Shu went to Zhao Hui's wonton stall for dinner. Without needing to be told, Zhao Hui brought them a bowl of wonton soup with chicken soup. Yu Shu opened the paper bag of the pastry, took out a piece and handed it to Chao Zixin. She broke off another piece and fed it to Zhao Hui, who was boiling in the pot. Aunt Huai, try it. This is the pastry sold on the street in Vientiane. It is still crispy after being kept for a long time. Zhao Hui smiled and looked at her. She turned her head and took a bite. The crunching sound in her mouth made her heart feel sweet. She had been alone for a long time. Ever since she had this child as a companion, the tiring days became interesting again. She had someone to accompany her when she went out in the morning and night. She was there when it was rainy or windy. She didn't mind her nagging and often made her happy. It was as if she really had a daughter by her side, obedient and sensible. Aunt Huai, I bought some meat. It happens to be raining tomorrow. If you don't go out, I will call Xiaoshu to come. Let's eat at home, okay? Zhao Hui asked curiously, where did you get the money to buy meat? Although most of the wonton that Zhao Hui bought was filled with meat, she didn't often eat meat. The chickens that she raised at home were all used to make soup stock. She didn't really eat meat very often. Yu Shu suddenly stuttered. She didn't want to lie to her, but she was afraid that she would worry if she told others that she gambled. I gave her a salary, Chao Zixin said. She often comes to the shop to help me. I can't ask her to do it for free. Yes, Brother Chao gave me a salary, Yu Shu quickly said. She secretly gave Chao Zixin a look of praise. Chao Zixin glanced at her with a smile. He pointed at her bowl of wonton with his spoon and said, hurry up and eat it. It's going to get cold. Okay, Yu Shu was afraid that Zhao Hui would ask again. She returned to the table and said to Zhao Hui, who was sitting next to the stove, Aunt Huai, I will help you wash the dishes after eating. Zhao Hui nodded. Although she was somewhat confused, she didn't ask again. While eating, Yu Shu asked Chao Zixin about the Taihing Chamber of Commerce. She told him about Pei Jing's invitation in detail and asked for his opinion. Chao Zixin thought for a while and said, if you really want to learn, the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce is a good place to go. However, I'm afraid that he has other intentions when he suddenly asked you to do the accounts. How about this? Tomorrow I will accompany you to see Mr. Pei and help you find out the depth of the water. Yu Shu was more than happy that he was willing to help. Chao Zixin knew a lot and knew a lot. With him there, she shouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, he didn't have a waiter in the shop. If he went with her, how could he open the shop? Yu Shu hesitated and said, "Then you won't open the shop tomorrow." You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.